Okay, good evening. The date is July 6, 2026, and the time is 7 p.m. I hereby call to order the meeting of the City Council of the City of Groveland. I will ask our Vice Mayor Gaines to lead us in the pledge and invocation by Bishop Isaac Wilkes. Prior to that, before we stand, could I please ask Fire Marshal Frank Patterson to come to the microphone for an announcement.
How's everyone tonight? I'd like to make an announcement of for the safety. We have a pretty full house. We like to leave pathways for all the exits, so that if there's an emergency, everyone can exit safely. So please open up pathways to the exit doors and maintain those this evening. Thank you much. Thank
you, Fire Marshal. Appreciate that. Moving on to the pledge and to the invocation.
First of all, I'd like to say good evening to everybody. I give honor to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I give honor to my Sheriff, Vice Mayor Barbara, to all the staff. I want to say something before I pray. I shared this with my congregation yesterday, Sunday, and God gave me 3 words for them. Believe, love, and forgiveness. I want to share that with you tonight. So as I pray tonight, I pray God's blessing on every soul body here on tonight. Father God, we come now, Lord. First, we want to say thank you. Thank you, Lord, for 250 years. We pray, God, that you will continue to bless this nation. Bless our leaders, Heavenly Father. Bless those in high places. We pray, God, that you will let us realize that only way we be able to see Christ, we must come together as one. And we thank you, Lord, for this night. We thank you for the invitation. We praise God for all those that are here tonight to come out on this meeting. And what Christ said in one of his words, he said, everything must be done decent and in order. So I pray, God, everything on tonight will be done decent in order as God's will. And then, God, we come to say, Lord, we thank you for the city of Groveland. And I thank you, God, for me being able to live 83 years of that 250 years. And I'm continuing to go on just a little while longer. I love you tonight, and I praise you, and I give you all the honor and give you the glory. It's in Christ Jesus we pray, and it's for his sake. And all the believers of God said, amen. Amen. God bless you.
Thank you. Jenny, will you please take the roll?
Yes. Mayor Keith Kehoe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Gaines. Councilmember Amy Jo Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Michael J. Cox.
Here.
Councilmember Stephen Shulkowski.
Here.
Interim City Manager Tim Maslow.
Here.
Interim City Attorney Richard Geller.
Here.
Sergeant at Arms Chief Sean Ramsey. City Clerk Jenny Wright here.
Thank you. And we do have a quorum. Next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda as presented. I would like to ask for consent to move public comment to the first item. So we have a lot of people here that we don't want them to have to stay till 11 o'clock tonight. So with that, can I have consent to move it up first?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so moved. Could you go ahead and read our code of conduct, City Manager?
Of course, Mr. Mayor, my pleasure. We do have a pledge of conduct, and first of all, I just want to thank everybody in the audience for being here tonight. We may disagree, but we will be respectful of one another. We will direct all comments to issues. We will avoid personal attacks. Audience members wishing to speak must be recognized by the mayor. Speaking without being recognized will be considered out of order. And just a friendly reminder, we do have public comment cards. So it's a small little one-page form to fill out if you do plan to have a public comment tonight. We have a gentleman in the back. His name is Travis. He works with our city clerk's office. It's just a few lines you have to fill out. That'll be submitted to the clerk. And then the city clerk, Jeannie Wright, will call your name when public comment is ready. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So to move on to public comment, we can take them in order, please.
Yes. Jen Eastridge.
Jen Eastridge, my address is protected. Good evening, Mayor. Tonight, I wanted to start by thanking our police officers, firefighters, dispatchers, and every first responder who puts on that uniform and serves this community. They don't get the choice of which neighborhood they respond to or whose emergency matters more. They simply answer the call. Unfortunately, that's not the conversation that we're going to have tonight. Jay Cox has made it clear in his newsletter that he believes Groveland should pursue a shared law enforcement model with the Lake County Sheriff's Office. In his words, the second path is shared service agreements, and that is the one that he believes Groveland should pursue. He also promoted the idea of same officer, different uniform is the answer to potential budget shortfalls from the new homestead law. Public safety is not just another line item in the budget. It is one of the fundamental responsibilities of local government, and it should be the last thing that we consider changing, not the first. During his campaign, Jay Cox repeatedly told voters that he would vote based on what's best for District 4. I can respect that comment, so tonight I'd like to offer a solution that honors his promises he made to his constituents. Just go ask him. Conduct a poll for the residents of Trilogy. If they believe Groveland should no longer provide police services, if they believe that they will save money by moving over to Lake County, then let them decide whether or not they want to remain a part of the city of Groveland. This process is legally known as the contraction and is governed under the Municipal Annex and Contraction Act. Chapter 171 of the Florida statute says that it can be started with just a petition of 15% of your residents. That solves the problem. The reality is that Trilogy generates a significant demand for police, fire, and EMS resources, public record documents, responses involving DUI crashes, intoxicated-related events, fraud and identity theft investigations, medical emergency, traffic crashes, and many other calls for service. Every one of those calls requires Groveland's first responders to leave their parts of the city to answer them. Those are not opinions, those are documented calls for service. I also found it concerning that this proposal was the first presented inside of Trilogy alongside Representative Taylor Yurkowski. Jay Cox wrote in his own newsletter that they presented together to the Trilogy residents and that Representative Yurkowski spoke in support of the proposal and personnel protections. This conversation should have begun with the entire city of Groveland, not just one neighborhood behind a wall where not all of city of Groveland residents are welcomed. If the concern is truly about saving tax dollars, then why don't you go ask every resident to accept fewer local public safety resources because one neighborhood wants a different model? If Trilogy believes that Lake County can provide those services more effectively, then let Trilogy decide if they want to remain in the city. June 18th workshop, it was the consensus that discussions about removing public safety would not happen without council involvement and the public safety acknowledgement. Yet, Jay Cox sent another email stating same officer, different uniform. Seems like we have a theme here. We have a council member stirring up unrest, an HR director who covers up investigations finding him doing wrong, payroll clerk demanding employees to be fired and then that happening, and we still have a rogue police chief with bad morals, unethical behavior, and failure to follow policy for our agency. When is all of this going to get addressed? Council, the community demands and expects you to get involved. They demand that you do something. So my other suggestion tonight is to let Tim Maslow go for derelict of duty, and in his place, appoint Chief Carroll as the interim city manager. We need someone with a backbone and integrity, someone who has the respect of the men and women underneath him, someone who knows how to trim the fat and keep the books low. We need to finish getting rid of the dead weight that's blocking us from obtaining valuable employees that want to work. You have a couple choices tonight. I hope you all voice your opinions on Jaycock's behavior as of late and really consider canning Maslow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Walker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Walker, 304 Irvin Benton Drive. As I always like to start off with a little story. In 1994, there was a movie that came out called The Enemy Within. It was about a loyal Marine colonel serving the Joint Chiefs of Staff, accidentally uncovers a highly classified rogue operation organized by its own superior officers to overthrow the President of the United States. With the clock ticking down, the officer must risk his life to gather irrefutable evidence of the treacherous plot before the government is taken over from the inside. The enemy of Groveland is its politicians. It was its city manager, city attorney, former mayor and council, who for 20 years worked to destroy the place that we call natural charm, and they really did us harm. The first person I want to start with is Michael J. Cox. Michael J. Cox ran on being a U.S. vet of the Air Force. He ran on to restore respect and dignity, but yet he's disrespecting our first responders. He ran on financial stewardship, but yet his votes don't show that he cares about the budget at all. Minimizing financial losses and expenditures. I think Mr. Jaycock owes the first responders a major apology for pretty much a slap in the face, because Groveland needs its own first responders. We don't need Lake County coming into Groveland to tell us how to run our city. This mess that we are in, we have various people who used to be on the council. They come up and they try to legislate and tell you guys what you need to do, when in fact, they are part of the reason why we are close to $100 million in debt. They allowed some of these frivolous contracts. And they're going to tell you, don't listen to Chris Walker. He's criminal. I wrote a book about it. I have no shame. Yes, I was convicted for driving on a suspended license 30 years ago. Whoop-de-doo. But the real criminals have been robbing us, the taxpayers, for 20 years, using ordinances, hidden formulas, unbidded vendor contracts handed down to their favorite people. And some of the former council who are speaking out had a hand in it. Some of those who are getting ready to run on the ballot had a hand in it. If you don't believe me, all you have to do is request Groveland the voting record of all of your politicians for the time that they served. And then you will see who was serving you and who was serving themselves. Groveland is tired of all of the shenanigans, Mrs. Amy Jo Carroll, because you are also on my list. You're being watched. We see what you're doing, and we see that what you ran on is not even true either. We see the relationships that you are gathering. We know about the behind-the-scenes conversations. Even those who are in this audience, if you don't think we know about your backwoods meetings, guys, it's an old playbook, and we're getting sick and tired of it. Smiles means nothing. But I'll end with this, as I said this 10 years ago. Our city manager was paying himself $300,000 more than Governor Ron DeSantis. City attorney, 264. Then you hired somebody for 180,000 who didn't know what they were doing. Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous are in authority and rule, the people rejoice. When the wicked are in rule, the people mourn. Groveland has been mourning for 20 years, but one day we're going to rejoice when we get the right people who actually care about the city that they say they care about.
Tim Laux. Tim Laux.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tim Laux, 623 Neptune Drive, Groveland. I'm here tonight primarily to talk about your agenda item 2, but since you moved public forum up, I'll go ahead and talk about it now. As a city,
Why don't we wait till you bring it up, okay, so everybody knows what we're talking about?
we're talking about the dispatch situation with Lake
Yeah,
County.
it'll come up on the agenda, and
Yeah,
that'll
I
have
realize that.
another.
This is open
public
forum
comment.
now, so I figured I would talk about it now. Is that okay, Mayor? Thank you. I want to ask the council, have you folks bothered to look internally into your administrative department? Duplication of work, overpaid employees, overstaffing. Every department head has an assistant. Every assistant has their assistant. And Mayor, I need to stop just a second. Would you please ask Stephen to remove his hat? That's rude in public.
Got a Groveland hat on, we don't.
Okay.
For the pledge and for the prayer, absolutely.
Thank you. But back to what I was saying. Have you done that? Has anybody done that? Looked internally, taken some of the money we got from Kroger and do a department by department efficiency study?
Yeah, we've noticed that, we've talked about it, we are instituting that, absolutely. We have a brand-new CFO coming in on the 13th. We have a new city manager that we're interviewing, about 30 different candidates coming up. We are working on that. If you remember last year's budget, we started a line by line. This year, it'll be a whole different way of doing the budget, I can guarantee you.
Thank you. Next question, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but more of a statement. When I was sitting where you were sitting, every single year tax time came up. Every single year staff came in, wanted an increase in the millage rate, regardless of the fact your homes were increasing in value and are being taxed more. And when we refused, the first thing that came up was our emergency services, our safety services department. Every year, dispatch. Let's send that over to Lake County. Then we would get, how many police do you want to lay off? How many firefighters? That is a scare tactic that's used by cities across the United States of America every single tax year. And I finally got to that point, I said, I don't want to hear it anymore because we're not going to lay off any policemen. We're not going to lay off firefighters. We're not going to farm out our dispatch department. As a matter of fact, the city manager brought it up. I said, the only person we're going to get rid of is you. So it stopped the last year I was in office. This year it's being used to try to entice the public to not vote for the amendment that lowers our property taxes. I fully believe that's the purpose of it and the very behind-the-scenes action that's going on. We have been through some tough times in Groveland. 2011 and 12, we lost millions of dollars in taxable value due to the market crash. Same thing, let's farm out dispatch. Let's get rid of some police officers. Let's raise the millage rate. I'll never forget it. And they wanted to raise it to 8.5 mils. I said no. As a matter of fact, we lowered it 1 mil that year. And guess what happened? We survived just fine. We didn't have a problem. We still have a police, a fire department, utilities. We have everything we had then. So the premise of what this whole thing tonight and all these people are here for, lay off our safety services. That's the most important part of this city. We can do without, 14 assistants to 14 directors that shouldn't be directors. We can do without those just fine, but we cannot do without our police, our fire, and our dispatch. Mayor, thank you for your time.
Okay, Judy Fike.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Judy Fike, 719 Alcove Drive, Groveland, Trilogy. I live in Trilogy, and I can say, Mr. J. Cox, I received all 3 emails, and I was absolutely appalled. You don't speak for my family, surely. And I'm sure when the unfortunate situation happened at our clubhouse, when the gentleman ran down the hill and wrecked your beautiful blue Mustang, you were very happy when Groveland Police and Fire probably responded very expediently. But I'm not here to defend the status quo. If there's real savings and equal or better service, every taxpayer should want to see them. But before Groveland dismantles its own police department, the burden of proof belongs to those proposing the change. Right now, I don't believe that burden has been met. Cost shifting is not cost saving. Moving employees from the city payroll to the county payroll does not make the expense disappear. The taxpayers still pay. The bill simply arrives from Lake County instead of City Hall. That's accounting, not savings. If I move my electric bill from one checking account to another, I don't save money. I simply change where the bill gets paid. We lose control of costs. Today, Groveland controls hiring, staffing, priorities, equipment, and budgeting. After contracting, Lake County determines wage increases, benefits, overtime, pensions, administrative costs, annual contract increases. Groveland simply writes the check. Once we give up control, we don't control future costs. We simply receive the invoice. There's no guaranteed savings. Where's the independent financial analysis? No assumptions, no estimates, no projections, a real multi-year cost comparison, including pensions, equipment, dispatch, admin, insurance, inflation, and contract escalators. Hope is not a financial plan. Additional officers will cost more. If Groveland grows, and we know, and we're growing exponentially, the county does not automatically add officers. This city must pay for them. So taxpayers pay base contract, additional deputies, specialty units, future increases, and those costs never disappear. No guarantee our officers stay here. The officers wearing Groveland uniforms today could become county deputies tomorrow, but there's no guarantee they remain assigned to Groveland. County staffing changes constantly. Assignments change. Promotions happen, transfers happen, Groveland loses control. Public safety is not like contracting lawn service. Police services are different. You cannot simply replace local knowledge, neighborhood familiarity, community policing, relationships with residents, accountability to local elected officials. Those things take years to build. So it's the cart before the horse. We're proposing permanent structural changes. Well, I shouldn't say we are. Mr. J. Cox is floating up the idea of that, based on legislation that voters haven't even approved. If the amendment fails, what was the point? If it passes, cities will have time to evaluate actual impacts. Once it's gone, creating a police department takes years, millions of dollars, recruitment, equipment, facilities, accreditation. Dissolving one is easy, but rebuilding one is almost impossible. In closing, if this truly saves money, prove it. If services will improve, prove it. If taxpayers will pay less 5, 10, and 20 years from now, prove it. Until those facts are placed before the citizens, not assumptions, not estimates, but facts, we should not dismantle something as fundamentally as local law enforcement. The discussion is premature. The voters haven't even decided the future of Florida's property tax system. It takes 60% of the citizens of Florida to pass that. Putting Groveland's police department on the table today is putting the cart before the horse. So here you go. Changing who signs the paycheck doesn't change who pays the bill. An invoice from Lake County is still paid by we, the Groveland taxpayers, ladies and gentlemen. Public safety deserves facts and not assumptions. Let's not make permanent decisions based on temporary political speculation. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Amanda Trewick.
Good evening, Council. Amanda Trewick, 117 Blackstone Creek Road. You know, when I was at the meeting, when you talked about doing away with the dispatch, I thought, what in the world are they thinking? We need these people. They're a valuable asset to our community. They help law enforcement, they help the fire department. They're a necessity. Now, I guess it's Mr. Jaycox who represents my district, but obviously he's not representing my thoughts. I don't want to see our police department gone. I don't want to see our dispatchers gone. I don't want to see the fire department gone or any other emergency services. These people are necessity to our community. How fast do you think a Lake County sheriff's going to get to your situation? What if it's your loved one that's been in a horrible accident and they're dying, bleeding to death, and somebody can't get to them fast enough because, oh, hey, that has to go through Lake County because Groveland doesn't have it any longer? Insane. Have you lost your cotton-picking minds? That's ridiculous. And if you're supporting what Mr. Jaycox says, then you've all lost your minds, and you certainly aren't representing your community that we are paying the taxpayers. The money, we pick up the tab. We pay for you to be in that seat. You're supposed to be representing us, not representing your personal thoughts. You know, I just can't fathom somebody coming up with, excuse me, an asinine thought like that. That's absolutely insane. We need our people. We need every one of these people that are standing here and the ones that aren't standing here because they're out covering the streets for us. Do you think our crime rates won't go up? Of course they will. When they say, hey, Groveland doesn't have PD anymore. Hey, Groveland doesn't have fire department anymore. What in the world? Come on, people. Whatever happened to good old common sense? Somebody has lost their minds. Please do not entertain this, and if you do, put it before the people. Because we want to say, I want to say, and I'm sure every single one of these people that it affects, these are our friends, our neighbors, our family members. They're important to us. So let's not do this stupid, irrational thing because somebody came up with an idea, hey, maybe we can cut the budget this way. No. Groveland will survive. So let's don't do this. And I'm embarrassed that he's in my district.
Paula Hall. Paula Hall.
Good evening. First off, I can't even believe that we are even holding a meeting like this. Really? These firemen back here, every one of these people, the police, the EMTs, everybody, they are the meat of the community. If you're having a heart attack, you're going to want them there as fast as they can get there. I can't even believe that you could look at anybody in the face back here. Look at these people. Look, they're here with their children, their wives, their mothers, their whole family. And they protect us every time they leave their house. You don't know if you're going to get a kiss again from your husband or your wife. It's about time you wake up, get your head out of your butt, and thank these people. Don't put them through this.
James Eastridge.
All right. So I'm James Eastridge. My address is protected. I want to start this public comment off by saying I'm a quiet person within the community and my career. I don't like to get into politics, political drama, but when I feel that first responders and the public are misled by unfactual and false information, to stir up the community in a negative way, you've got my attention, all right? Much like you, Jay Cox, I took an oath to this city. I'd like to remind you that you work for the people. I don't like how certain members of the council partake in political propaganda and false rumors to overthrow a good mayor as we head towards election. A mayor who actually cares about fixing the damaged city, which was left to him close to $100 million in debt and numerous faculty issues. It would behoove you, Mr. Jay Cox, to enjoy your position while you can. The route you're going, re-election may not be in your future. I have the ability to make a difference, or you have the ability to make a difference in your position that you got by default. You're the weakest member of the council currently, but you can change that and unify with your council. Work together as a team, serve the community unified. Disrespecting our firefighters command staff on the June 18th hurricane preparedness meeting, belittling their job duties as your ego reached an all-time high is not acceptable and wedges a gap between first responders and the council. The men and women you see behind me, I assure you, know what they're doing in a natural disaster. We've been through many of them prior to you taking that seat. Next, I want to touch on the topic that the sheriff of Lake County will hire all of our officers if the Groveland Police Department is turned over to them. Same officer, different uniform. Mr. Jay Cox, this is absolutely false. As a former deputy sheriff myself, I implore you to do research before you speak on topics you're uneducated on. A corporal at the Lake County Sheriff's Office makes approximately $90,000. A sergeant makes approximately $100,000. You're telling the public that the sheriff is going to hire all GPD officers and give our supervisors substantial pay raises on all the sheriff might have to make financial cut decisions himself. It financially won't work. Common sense speaks for itself. Groveland would receive the same amount of officers that Mineola has hindered is hiring, and that cuts down our response times, okay? It's time to get the city on the right track and be an example to other cities. Unify all municipalities within the city of Groveland. We're all on the same team serving the public. We work and serve the public, not our own political agendas. That's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Michael Ridge.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Name's Michael Ridge. Address is protected. I couldn't stand by idly. I've been with this agency for coming up on 21 years now. I started at 14 years old as a fire explorer. I, along with many of my brothers and sisters in the back, have dedicated my life to the city of Groveland. To find out about this through a Facebook post is a little appalling to me. I have watched the men and women from both Groveland Police Department and Groveland Fire Department fight tirelessly next to each other to ensure that this city had the protection that it deserves. Oftentimes, I show up on calls that we've been at several times to different residences, and they recognize our faces. We can also take a look at our neighboring city in Mascot that decided to go with County Fire Department. I listen to the radio all the time. My guys behind me can tell you that I monitor 3 different radio channels every single day that I'm on shift. That fire truck is Engine 91 out of Mascot, is oftentimes in South Leesburg. They're oftentimes in Okahumpka. They may be somewhere down South 33. They may be somewhere on the east side of our city that still has county jurisdiction that they can't cover. The fact of the matter is the county is not equipped to cover the city of Groveland as we cover it, nor is the sheriff's office. I have folks in the crowd that are friends of mine from the sheriff's office, and I'm sure they'll tell you that they're understaffed as it is. So we're talking about them coming in to cover the citizens of Groveland. And by the way, I have family that lives in the city of Groveland. They depend on these officers and have had to call the officers before, as well as had to call the fire department out before. We've responded in a timely manner. These folks and the citizen, they recognize our faces. I just had one the other day that recognized my face in a dire time of need for their family. Once the call was over, we shifted our focus to the children, and they couldn't thank us enough for that. It's a personal relationship that we develop with the people that we run all the time. We see these folks in Publix. I seen that gentleman in Publix, and he thanked me again. We develop relationships with the folks that we run. The police department do the same exact thing. I've been here for 21 years, along with many of these other folks. We have many that have been here 10-plus years in our agency. We used to change the brakes on our fire trucks. We used to do all of our own maintenance on our fire trucks. We've changed radiators. We've changed rear main seals on fire trucks, all to keep these trucks in service to go to fight for the citizens of Groveland. All I'm asking is that you guys take a look at this very seriously before you make a decision that's going to affect something very negatively. Maybe come speak to some of us in the field that do this on a daily basis. We can give you a lot of insight of how we actually operate and what the citizens truly feel about us. I appreciate your time, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Chris Cruz.
Good evening, Council. Chris Cruz. My address is redacted per public records laws. I'm speaking tonight for my first time at a Groveland Council meeting to address something that's deeply concerning. Recently, it was brought to my attention that one of you in this council suggested deferring services for police, fire, and dispatch to the sheriff's office. It's no secret the anticipated tax relief bill being voted on this upcoming ballot is likely going to pass. This puts a financial strain on local governments and the services provided. That decision is with the people. The only thing we can do is prepare and determine how we will react to the revenue loss for the city. I want to preface what I'm going to say with full, unwavering support for the Lake County Sheriff's Office. They do a great job day and night, often without the appreciation they deserve. I'm blessed to have friends that work at the Sheriff's Office. Because of that, I can speak to you with facts about the proposed idea. I want to start with one of the quotes from Councilman Jay Cox's idea. He is quoted saying, "Same officer, different uniform." That is blatantly misleading and untrue. The idea that only the patch on the shoulder changes is false. The officers of the Groveland Police Department wouldn't simply switch over one day. They'd have to go through whatever the sheriff determines the hiring process would be. No sergeant, lieutenant, or ranked person would just jump over to the sheriff's office with rank. They have their promotional process and their promotion list for a reason. There's no guarantee that even half of the officers would be hired, let alone keep their respective rank. Additionally, Groveland was compared to Mineola using stats from 2019. That's hardly a fair comparison, but if we're using Mineola as an example, do you know who patrols their streets? It's a deputy who lives in Umatilla. It's a deputy who lives in Four Corners, and a deputy who lives 2 counties away. The selection process for city positions within the sheriff's office are open to the agency. There's simply no way a Groveland council member is going to guarantee anything promised in the article that I'm referencing that was pushed out to residents. Those decisions reside with the sheriff. Next, let's look at zoning. I have a map with me if you'd like to see it. I have a copy for you that highlights the 2 zones that within Lake County that Groveland largely falls within. North of Highway 50 is Lake County Zone 12. South of Highway 50 is their Zone 14. Zone 12 runs from the Sumter County line to Highway 19. Zone 14 runs Sumter County, South 33 to Polk County. How many deputies do you think patrol that area? Remember, we're talking 33 north at the Turnpike down to Polk County. Any guesses? On a good night, 2. Many nights, 1, because of staffing. Let's say someone crashes into me on my way home and I'm on South 33 near 474 on my way into town. The nearest deputy may be in Okahumpka. Guess who they're sending? The deputies that would be assigned to Groveland. Why? Because they're the same agency, but closer. This happens in Mineola all the time. So although this may look like a money-saving idea on paper, it's not. It's a drastic reduction in services. We can't expect the sheriff's office to pick up a city of Groveland size. Lake County deputies are already overworked. Many times, deputies are calling in the reports from one call to try to get them done while they're on their way to the next call. We can only ask so much from a single person. I sleep peacefully at night seeing my little motion cameras go off when the Groveland police SUV drives by, checking our neighborhoods. These men and women do a great job protecting our little city from big city crimes. Do you know what keeps people from breaking the law? It's not because it's the right thing to do. as great as that would be, it's the fear of being caught. Keep our officers, keep our department, and let's work together to find other ways to make up the cost. Here's some ideas. Perhaps our medians don't need flower gardens. Maybe our grass at parks gets cut a little less often. Heck, with the price of Groveland water, maybe we cut back on watering the grass fields. That alone could fund the police department. If you continue on this thought process, maybe some of the 783 dark sky leased streetlights will keep us safe. My point is, when looking at budgets as an elected official, the first thought in your mind shouldn't be to cut public safety. That's the foundation of a city, and that's what keeps our town livable. Remember, not only are we voting on this tax issue in the fall, but your re-elections also. Thank you.
Alejandro Valadares.
Hi, my name is Alejandro Balderas. I've lived here for 20 years in the city of Groveland. I lived in 237 Pima Trail for the majority of my life, and I've seen the Groveland Police Department. They've driven around my neighborhood numerous times. They've went to calls in my house. I've had my mom tell me what's going on in this, especially in our neighborhood, with them reporting, coming to pretty much do their job. I've had the opportunity to work for the city, and I've seen these men and women do their job phenomenally. The chief of police is phenomenal, I can't lie. He's done his job, and we shouldn't think about taking them away from us, because you're doing a disservice to everyone that's lived here for a majority of their lives, and just because of funding is crazy. We have a new park that's just open. Who's going to be taking care of that? No nice kids are going to be going over there, especially at night. People are going to be hanging around there. They're going to start smoking drugs. I'm sorry. Majority of our youngins here aren't really good, especially with the majority of people coming because of the new houses opening up in these new subdivisions. We're having more people come in, and most of them aren't good people. With all that, I believe that you're doing a disservice to our community and everyone that lives here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Ducey.
Susan Ducey, 139 Harvest Gate Boulevard, Groveland. Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm up here to talk because I'm very concerned about the spending that's happening in the city. We seem to be putting money into things that I just have questions about. We've got a park that looks like we may have to do an extra $2 million on our loan, service alone. We have walking parks coming in. We have various things. Many people have said that maybe we should bring in-house, and I know that you've talked about that, so I'm hoping that that's moving along pretty quickly. Also, I think that sometimes we seem to want to bring in anybody who wants to become part of Groveland, and they get benefits for doing that. And I don't think we can afford it. And if we could, maybe we'll just have to be a smaller town for a while. But it seems like every time we have a meeting, there's more and more money that's going out so that we can bring people in, and then they get tax breaks and, different things. We're going to be voting on cutting property taxes, and we need to look into what that's going to do with us. We can't say, well, we'll have the money then. We just really need to stop spending so much, because I hope that I have a town pretty soon. How can we pay the bills? And we just have to look at what we can do without. You know, and I'm not for people losing jobs, that's a bummer, but maybe we have too many people on staff. Maybe we need to hurry up on getting things in-house so that we don't pay extra money to have, you know, like the permitting, we're paying extra money for that. So I would ask that maybe we just slow down our growth a little bit so we can pay down the debt, and to not use our money for things that aren't as important, like a park or walking trails or that. And remember that we need security, we need to have police, we need to have fire, we need to have first responders, and try to do that so that we don't have to have these bills coming up, and we don't have the money to pay it. I just don't see how we're gonna have the money to pay it without increases in our taxes. And that's just not right. We have to find ways that we can save money that is more logical, so that, maybe we can do without a secretary, but maybe we should take that money for a police officer. I don't know. If I was that secretary, it would be a bummer, right? Because I would lose my job. But we have to look at what we're paying our money on. And it's going to hurt, just like my budget hurts sometimes, But I think if people are living paycheck to paycheck, it's not the time to go buy the Rolls Royce. And I think that sometimes we think we're going to have the money. We think it's going to come in. But I'm very concerned about my town. This is a great city to live in. I don't feel endangered. I can go somewhere. I don't feel like I'm going to get knocked in the head and have somebody steal my wallet. But I just want my city to stay here. And if it has to stay small, then maybe we'll just stay small, because we have infrastructure. We have all these payments that have to go out when we bring in more people, and they're not paying for the infrastructure, we are. And so all of us are adding that on, and it might not be the best use of our money. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Nelson Bloom.
Oh, my gosh. Did you plan that, Pastor?
No, I didn't. Mayor and City Council, first I'd like to say thank you for having this meeting. It's all over the internet. I'd also like to say that I personally have
Mayor Kehoe, we need the name for the record.
My name is Nelson Bloom, pastor of Better Life Worship Center. I live in Groveland, 9378 West Morley Street, Cypress Oaks. Thank you very much. I'd like to say thank you for having this meeting. I'd also like to say I have no agenda as it pertains to politics. I neither represent an elephant or a donkey. I do stand up for the Lamb of God, Jesus Christ. That being said, I love our local first responders. I would like to address certain concerns as to why I'm against county law enforcement takeover. I think there will be less local control of the police and fire departments, as others have spoken and said, EMT, as well as all first responders. A local city police chief reports directly to the city manager or city council, and this would not be the case if they take over. The sheriff is an elected constitutional officer and answers primarily to the voters of the county, not the city government. The city would have less day-to-day influences over policing policies and priorities. Our residents value having their own local police department. Officers from a local department have stronger long-term relationships with the residents, the schools, the churches, and local businesses. Although deputies assigned to the city would patrol it, the sheriff's office must balance resources across the entire county, and it's a big county. Let Groveland run Groveland. During countywide emergencies, personnel may be reassigned, which is not a good thing. Depending on staffing levels and contract terms, response times may decline, and the outcome depends on how many deputies will be dedicating to serving the city of Groveland. Existing city police employees and others may face changes in employment, retirement benefits, pay scales, or seniority if they transition to the sheriff's office. The city would then become dependent on its contract with the sheriff's office. If costs rise or service expectations change, renegotiations can become challenging. I would like to end with a scripture. I also believe prayer also works. Proverbs 11:14 says it very clearly. When you get home, open your Bibles and read it. Where there is no counsel, the people fall, but in the multitude of counselors, there is safety. Thank you.
Keith Breedlove.
Keith Breedlove, 154 Balmy Coast in District 4, Trilogy, Behind the Wall. I guess I'm the contrarian here. Our city is at least $111 million in debt. We've got another $120 million that maybe we'll get from grants and so forth, or low-interest loans, which is even more money. And we're saddled with some ill-conceived development agreements from previous councils. I've been here for just over 13 years now, so I've seen enough to know that most councils, the history's been kicking the can down the road. I think under this mayor, that's not been the case. He's tried to stop that can kicking and has been very clear about the problems that are facing us. What I've heard since we started this about 45 minutes ago is a lot of pleas to emotion. Well, emotion is not going to pay the bills, okay? Is emotion going to pay $111 million that we're owed? Based on what we think we're going to wind up losing when the bill passes in November to reduce or increase our homestead exemptions, which, you know, that would be kind of cool. $2,700 in the second year would be kind of nice. But where's that money going to come from? All right. We and I guess Leesburg are the only ones that have not turned over our first responders to county assets. All right. As far as local control, I think that's really a red herring, because that local control goes through that man right there. No matter what the face is that's sitting in that position, it's the city manager. And as we've seen with a recently departed city manager, if he didn't agree with the council or what anyone proposed, he could either refuse to do anything or he could just slow walk it, which oftentimes had the same effect. How about those other, 12 of 14 communities that have Lake County handling fire, police, emergency services? Are they dissatisfied with that? Mineola, when they signed their contract, they built that annex for the deputy sheriffs right there. We've all seen it as we go down 27. Assuming that we were to do that as well, I don't see that there's any need that that be done, because we have that really nice public safety building that was built several years ago. Anyway, it's up to the council to make the hard decisions. You have a fiduciary responsibility to this city to make sure that we're not overcommitted, that when we are overcommitted from past really bad mistakes, that you come up with a solution for it. Yeah, people could lose their jobs. People could have to start working where they're not familiar. Anyone who's ever worked under a contract knows it really sucks at the end when there's no follow-on work and you have to do something else. It's a fact of life, all right? That doesn't mean that you, the council, or those of us and I may be the only one, I'm sorry, that believe that turning the cost savings makes it worth turning the first response function over to the county. But you've got to make that tough decision, and because you represent all of us. Thank you.
Banks Helfrich. Banks Helfrich.
I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District. Farm tip of the day, okra, which is in Hart, is one of the most despised vegetables. However, the way to make them edible and appetizing is if you chop them up into pinwheels, salt and pepper, olive oil, you roast them, they end up being like popcorn or okra pops. Mayor, council, distinguished guests, as Americans, who are we? We are travelers over the Bering Strait Bridge some 20,000 years ago with names like Navajo and Cherokee and Hopi and Seminole. We are settlers from England in search of religious freedom. We are immigrants from China and Japan, from Syria and Iran, from Colombia and Venezuela. We are also immigrants forced from Africa, yet we call America our home now. We are a melting pot of societies and civilizations. We are a hodgepodge of peoples and culture. We are the mutts of the world. We are Christian and Hindu. We are Catholic and Protestant. We are Muslim and Sikh. We are Catholic and humanist. We are agnostic and atheist. The two things we have as Americans are we are diverse, and as you can see by us out here, and we are united. In fact, united is our first name. Without united, there is no us, and without unity, there is no United States of America. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich, candidate for State House District 25. I am an immigrant, and I believe in the United States of America. May you all be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tabitha Fullington.
Hello. Hi. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Tabitha Fullington. For the record, I live at 11943 Bruce Hunt Road, Claremont, Florida, 34715. The public comment I bring before you today is quite different from those that you've heard already, but I would like to say and preface before I start that I actually come from Lake County government public safety for the last 8 years, and I can tell you that they themselves are significantly underfunded. They don't need us. They don't want us. Please leave public safety with the city and these fine men and women that stand behind me today. It needs to stay here in Groveland. So, until recently, I served as the Human Resources Specialist for the City of Groveland, a position I held since January 6th of 2025. This month would have marked a year and a half of service to the city. Groveland is not just a workplace, it is home. I was born in Florida and raised right here in Groveland. This community means something to me on a very personal level, and serving this city was not just a job to me, it was an opportunity to give back to the community that helped shape who I am as an adult today. That is part of why what has happened is so painful and why I care so deeply about making sure that the truth is heard here tonight. I came to Groveland with over a decade of experience in human resources and operational experience, a bachelor's degree, my highly regarded SHRM certification, and I'm currently continuing my education towards a Master's of Science in Human Resources. I came here to do HR the right way, thoroughly, professionally, lawfully, and in a way that protected both the city and its employees. And I did my job well. I would welcome any director, manager, supervisor, or employee who worked with me directly to speak about the quality of my work. I'm confident they will tell you I was knowledgeable, responsive, thorough, kind, and that I cared deeply about helping employees and doing things the right way. I fully expected and intended on serving the city of Groveland and its employees to the best of my abilities for years to come. What I did not expect was to become the target of the very kind of workplace misconduct HR is supposed to stop. I filed a formal complaint back in March with Michelle Miknoff, former COO, because of ongoing harassment and hostility by payroll technician Alicia Cecere Powers, and because of serious failures by HR Director Dio Prasad in the way the department was being ran and the way I was being treated. The city hired an outside law firm at taxpayer expense approximately $5,725 to investigate my complaint. Shortly after the investigation began, interim city manager Tim Maslow removed Michelle from overseeing the HR department and appointed himself to not only oversee HR, but my investigation as well. That investigation substantiated that Alicia Cecere Powers harassed me and violated city policy. It also substantiated that Dio Prasad failed to properly train me, resulting in serious compliance issues for the city. And I want to be clear that what I'm saying tonight is not rumor. It is not exaggeration or speculation. It is supported by hard, tangible evidence, including email records and the city's own outside investigation findings and documentation that I am prepared to stand behind. And I want to be very clear about what the findings against Dio means. The investigation did not find that I was incompetent or that I did not understand human resources. What it was found was that Dio Prasad, as the HR director, failed to train me on Groveland's own internal systems, software, policies, procedures, workflows, and protocols that don't even exist, mind you. Or any HR professional knows that every organization has its own systems and internal processes, and the training relies on the leadership, and it's their responsibility to conduct that training. According to the findings in this case, Dio failed in that responsibility in a way that opened the city up to serious compliance issues, as stated in the final report by the lawyer himself, Hunter Patrick, who works at Gray Robinson. What happened following the findings of my investigation is what should alarm every person in this room. The city's own handbook, overseen by HR Director Dio Prasad, has a strict harassment policy that if an employee's harassment complaint is founded, it is grounds for termination. Yet, when the outside investigation substantiated that Alicia violated policy and harassed me, she was not only spared from any kind of discipline, but was afforded special treatment from Dio Prasad in the form of allowing her to work exclusively in his office behind closed doors. May I please proceed, Mr. Kehoe?
Can you get it 30 seconds? Can you wrap it up?
In 30 seconds? I mean, I have a lot.
What I'd like to see is that document, if we could get it.
I'm sorry?
Can you give us that document through the clerk so we can all
Oh,
copy
yes,
it?
I can absolutely. I'll wrap it up by saying that I was done wrong. I was fired as of last week. I was given hush money by Tim, an offer to keep silent and not sue the city. Or if I didn't do that, then he would put in my file lies that I was terminated due to insubordination and a policy violation, which are lies and can be substantiated by facts that I have right here. So thank you and good night.
Please get, can the clerk get that?
Randall Rolling.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, citizens of Groveland, and first responders. Thank you for having the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm a new resident here in Groveland. My name is Randall Rolling. My address is protected. My address is protected because you may not know it by looking at me, but I'm a 30-year veteran of law enforcement. And I've experienced some of this that's been discussed here tonight. I once was a police officer in the city of Fort Meade that was absorbed by the Polk County Sheriff's Office. We discussed many of the same things that everyone is talking about here tonight. When that transition took place, our chief of police was given the rank of sergeant and moved out of the city. The officers that held the rank of lieutenant retired because they were given the option. If they wanted to stay on, they would be demoted to the level of just a deputy, and as well as anyone else that had rank. After those that took a retirement and the chief was moved out of the city, the sheriff's office then decided they still had too many officers from Fort Meade that they didn't need to police Fort Meade with. So myself personally was taken out of the city of Fort Meade and reassigned to patrol a location on the opposite end of the county. Eventually, those that were left behind that did get to remain in the city of Fort Meade were eventually replaced and rotated out to other locations, and other deputies were brought in. So the idea that you're going to see the same officers in a different uniform, it's not going to happen. Maybe temporarily for a short period of time, but that's not going to be the case. I'm new to Groveland. I've fallen in love with Groveland. This is a great city. And I've had the opportunity to meet some of the first responders here. I look forward to getting to meet more of them. But your first responders, your police department, your fire department, your emergency services is part of your history here. And when you give that up, it's gone. It's going to be too expensive to ever bring it back. So if anyone has the idea that giving up your emergency services to the county is, let's try it out and see if it works, no, it's a gone. You'll never get it back, and it's over. So if you're willing to give up having people that you get to know your community, that you see them, they know you. When you see these officers driving around our community in our patrol cars, we know who they are because we see them on a regular basis. That's going to change. And if you're willing to give that up to seeing someone different every time you turn around, who's this person? Who's that person? I've never seen that deputy before. Okay, then go ahead and give it up. But please know what you're getting into and what you're giving up. And I really would hate to see the city of Groveland give up part of your history, because once you give it up, like I said, it's gone. Okay, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
John Pilot.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Mayor Keough and citizens of Groveland. My name is John Pilot. I live at 228 Nautical Mile Drive, Claremont, Florida, but I teach at a school near here. And I'm here to deliver a message not on behalf of Lake County Schools and not on even behalf of my principal, but I come as a concern of other teachers and that of campus safety on our schools. And I'll give you the bottom line up front. Groveland PD serves many schools in this area. Our campus security will be compromised if this proposal goes forward. Mayor Keough, your granddaughter is one of my cadets. And I want you to know that nothing's more important to me than her safety and the safety of all students and teachers on our campuses. Having Groveland PD here provides such continuity and stability on a micro level, in our schools, our police officers, one is here, has been here for years. He knows the teachers, he knows the students. And because he's been here for a long time and layered up years of relationships, our campus is more secure. He doesn't have to worry about addressing any type of criminal activity. He deters it just by his presence and his relationships. It is very comforting for a lot of teachers and students knowing that not very far away, Groveland PD is on duty. The relationships that they have in the community, the relationships they have on a school. Okay, and that is a very special relationship. I believe Groveland is, unlike many other schools in Lake County, is special because of the explosive growth down the Highway 50 corridor. Groveland's a city on the rise. We're growing by leaps and bounds, and that alone should warrant its own first responder departments right here. So first responder, fire department should have its own fire department, its own police department. So we treasure those relationships. Furthermore, the trust and mentorship that we have with Groveland PD, whether it's them coming to our schools and giving classes or conducting training during the summer, our cadets and students go and train with Groveland PD. That is a special trust and bond, a mentorship, a family of this community. And once that is ripped out, it's gone forever. That's a central fabric of the special relationship between the campuses and schools, the schools that are served by Groveland police officers, and in our community. So I just want to wrap up and say something none of us want to live with is compromising the safety of our teachers and the safety of our campuses and the safety of our students by changing anything, and turning down and going forward with this proposal will compromise the safety of our campuses. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's all for open forum.
Okay, well, thank everybody for their comments this evening.
I have one more.
Hold it.
Okay, Russell Pena.
Good evening. My name is Russell Pena. My address is confidential. First and foremost, I'm a father, a son, a brother, and a United States Marine. I took an oath for the rest of my life to support my country and defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I stand before you tonight deeply concerned and outraged at the pure nonsense and the lies being portrayed to the citizens of this city. Recently, one of our council members made the statement that if Groveland Police Department is disbanded, Lake County Sheriff's Office will assume control, and that it will be the same officer, the same city, only the patch on the shoulder changes. This statement is nothing but an outright fabrication of operational processes that take place. It is minimizing one of the most significant public safety decisions this city has ever considered, and it misleads the citizens into believing that the transition will have little to no impact on their community. The reality is much different. There is absolutely no guarantee or feasibility that every Groveland police officer will be granted carte blanche deputy status. Every employee will have to apply, compete, and ultimately be selected at the sole discretion of the sheriff himself. Have you spoken to the sheriff himself and validated your guarantee, sir? What about the Board of County Commissioners? Have you spoken to them and validated their guarantees that this would happen? Have you spoken to anybody that can actually guarantee this other than a state representative who has no operational commitments or oversight on a county commissioners? There is no guarantee, as you've assured, that supervisors return their rank or retain their rank. No guarantee officers retain their current assignments. No guarantee that they remain in Groveland, and no guarantee that they maintain the career progression they have spent years earning. Sheriff's deputies serve Lake County, not Groveland. They are assigned where operational needs dictate for Lake County, not where they have spent years building relationships with residents. So no, It's not only the patch on their shoulders. Our city risks losing the experienced officers who know our neighborhoods, know our schools, know our businesses, and know our families. We risk losing decades of institutional knowledge and community trust that cannot simply be recreated overnight. The financial argument is also deeply flawed. We're being told this is a cost-saving measure, but where exactly are those savings coming from? If the sheriff's office is expected to hire personnel rank for rank, dollar for dollar, benefit for benefit, provide uniforms, equipment, vehicles, training, and continue delivering the same level of service, those costs do not simply disappear, they simply shift to another taxpayer-funded budget. Why on earth would the county absorb all of that and also take a $6 million deficit that you're saying we can save? Government does not become cheaper because a different agency signs the paycheck. The numbers deserve to be explained honestly instead of relying on false advertising and saving money and promising citizens a reduced tax bill. My concern extends beyond the Groveland Police Department. If this council establishes that outsourcing essential public safety service is an acceptable way to reduce costs, then what stops them from making the exact same argument for the Groveland Fire Department? Today, it's our dispatch who plays a vital role in our citizens and are the heartbeat of our police department. Tomorrow, it's the police department. Next year, it'll be our firefighters. Council has already attempted to remove vital life-saving paramedics from the Groveland Fire Department structure, despite the fact that paramedics on every apparatus are often the difference between life and death in critical first minutes of an emergency. Groveland only has one full-time ambulance assigned to our area, serving Groveland, Mascot, and all the surrounding unincorporated areas. Reducing advanced life support coverage would leave our residents waiting longer for the highest level of care when seconds matter most. Paramedics bring the ability to assess, stabilize, and begin treatment immediately at the scene before the patient ever reaches the hospital, and stripping that capability away puts lives in jeopardy. Once the precedent is established that local public safety can be outsourced whenever someone believes it saves money, every aspect of public safety becomes vulnerable. That should concern every resident, business owner, passerby, and vacationer in this city. Our police department and fire department have spent decades working side by side. We train together, we respond together, we know each other's capabilities, our strengths, our expectations of each other when we arrive on scene. That level of cooperation wasn't created overnight. It was built through years of working together, call after call, emergency after emergency, training after training. Disrupting that relationship risks more than just organizational charts. It risks slower coordination, reduced operational efficiency, and ultimately could affect emergency response to the citizens we all serve. Public safety works best when agencies have strong working relationships built on years of trust and familiarity, which also suffer greatly once county units take over and rotate their assignments every few years. What also infuriates me is the political scapegoating that is already occurring, not only within our own council, but using state representatives who have no say in county operations as the basis for their claims that those affected will remain in their pay and benefits with the county. It's obvious that some of the other members of the council who are supporting this proposal, yet during election season, only one of them who is not on the ballot is bringing this forward. Stand before your citizens who elected you and explain why you believe giving up control of your dispatch, police department, fire department is the right decision. Put your name on it. Don't be a coward hiding behind in the shadows. There is simply no fix for the complex challenge we inevitably face. This city has many ways to cut costs and save money, but public safety should never be treated as a line item. Eventually, all you're doing, 15 seconds, sir. Eventually, all you're doing is putting a price tag on someone's life. I hope you never have to face the emergency and live with the regret of making the wrong choice. Have a good night.
Thank you to everybody. And I think in just a second, we're going to just take a 5-minute break before we get into the formal agenda. We have more agenda items coming up. For those of you that might not want to stay around for the rest of the meeting, I had a talk with Representative Yurkowski today about just exactly what's going in play here. And basically what the conversation was about, and ended up, I'm just going to put it in a nutshell, is that he's a little disturbed on how this has gone, and he will be here next meeting in person to address it. And he will bring Mr. Trunow, our senator, and Nan Cobb, the other representative, with him. Just understand, please, and this isn't a popular thing to say, and I've been kind of pushed not to say it, but I got to say it. Right now, we do have to have 2 budgets in play, right? One that we're getting ready to make, and another one, what happens if we reduce $16 million that we get in ad valorem tax down to 12.5, when our emergency services are 13 million. So we're not going to go say that, you know, this council's going to do it. You'll find out as we get into budgets that we'll say, here's the maximum, here's the minimum, and somewhere in between, this is probably where we'll end up. When Mr. Yakowski and our what we call him our legislative delegation gets here, I'm sure you're going to hear that this property tax reduction is on the way to total property tax elimination, as in the last line of that law that got put in. And it is put into effect, the way I understand it, is to give all of you your house back. Because right now, if you don't pay your taxes at any age or the state has the right to come and take your house back. So nobody ever said, and don't suck the air out of this room, but nobody ever said you're going to get all that money back. We don't know. We were very, some of this stuff is very premature. None of the council talked about it. None of the council was entertaining it. We have one thing on the agenda to talk about, and it is a change in what we do, but I think you're going to hear it's more about service than it is about cost savings. But let's don't jump to conclusions. I don't know how this gets out, nobody's name on it, where we can go ahead. Well, I would have called you and told you exactly what I'm saying now, is that this is not before the council. This has not been before the council. It has not been part of a workshop. It is one, I'll be honest with you, I'd be lying if I didn't say it. We're going to look at every single thing that we can, because after the $3 million, there's a $6 million reduction, and on, and we're going to figure out how we can do it. And as we took a vote, a consensus vote at our last meeting, nothing will be done without the two chiefs involved in the conversation. And absolutely, the first thing will be is, here's how much we got, you tell me what we can do. And then we're going to figure it out from there, or tell the council what to do, and we'll figure it out from there. But to think that we have to, just please understand, there'll be discussions about minimum budget and what we have to do, a mid-budget and a max, so that whatever happens in November, we're ready to start that process for the next year, because the next year comes pretty quick, that following October. So don't take anything you hear unless it's at a meeting and voted in and it has a consensus or an ordinance behind it as fact. There'll be a lot during this election season of drama. But let's not let the drama take away the energy from going in a positive direction and make things the way we should. We will not diminish service. No matter what happens, how we go, we will not diminish service. So let's just take it at that. You can hold me responsible. You got 90 days or so to see if that's the truth or not. But let's just go ahead and not get panicked and not get into this drama. This whole thing tonight was very good learning experience for us, but it's not even on the table. It was one person's observation at not a public meeting, but a political party meeting, and it had nothing to do with the council or anything like that. Is it part of the whole thing we're going to look at? Absolutely. And there's things on the other side and all around. But for us to say we're going to cross anything out when we don't even know what's coming up, we won't do it. And believe me, we're not going to make any moves until we know what's coming up. Because I guarantee you, the state's not going to hang us out to dry and take 38% of our taxes away and say, just figure it out. There's going to be another way. You just don't think you're going to get all that money back. It could be another word we all know, assessments or all kinds of things. But it won't be on your house and on your property tax. That's the move that we're moving in that direction, if it's passed. If it's passed. I've talked to more people in this room than are in this room, and I've only found 2 people that are voting against it. So I kind of think it's going that way, and we're going to prepare for that, okay? Is that fair? Is that fair? No, yeah? We're going to come back in just a second on, in about 3 more agenda items that I think that you'll be able to get up and do that, but I think we really need to take a little bit of a break right now, about 5 minutes.
I think we should go around and.
You want the council to say something? All right, excuse me, and that's my fault. Usually at the end of these things, we have a board report, so each council member can say something. We have moved this up, so it's going to be a long time before the council members get to weigh in. So if we can start with Amy Jo, if you have anything that you'd like to say.
I need a minute to diplomatically say some things.
Okay, do you want to say anything? Vice Mayor?
Yes. I want to reiterate what the mayor said. You all are our bosses. And we don't or shouldn't do anything without your input. I can see how many of you might have thought that the entire council was involved. But you know what? When you have a question, pick up the phone and call a council member, whether it's in your district, Stevens district, call us. We are human. Local oversight means local accountability. Again, we are responsible to you all. You all are our bosses. We know what side our bread and butter, our bread is buttered. And I want to say that bigger doesn't necessarily automatically mean better for Groveland. The public safety decisions, they have to be based on outcomes, not shortcuts. And you see, when we talk about eliminating resources or the lack thereof, resources only matter when we need them, okay? It could be you today and me tomorrow. And in closing, what I want to say to you all is, we need evidence. We don't need pressure. Thank you.
Stephen?
Yeah, I just have a few comments just from the public comment that came out, because I honestly was blindsided by a lot of this. I wasn't included on the original email, so I learned about it by Facebook and then individuals calling me asking, why did we want to get rid of our local police and fire? And my response was, well, we don't. And so I think as a council, reminding ourselves that even when we speak as one person, it is taken as we are speaking for the council. And this involves real people with real lives, with real families that are in our local community. So when we just banter out ideas at community forums, it affects real people. And those people matter. Those people have literally been in my own home when my wife called 911. So we have to remember that we are shepherding the money of the taxpayers. But I, for one, know that we're going to have to make some tough choices, but one of my choices will never be to outsource police or fire from the city of Groveland. So public safety is our #1 responsibility. Even if the tax proposal passes, one of the first item that we are able to fund with our tax dollars is public safety. So that's not going to go away. We can't shift the burden of it, because if we lose that local control, we lose a lot, and that does matter. it's, like I said, it's not just about budgets, numbers. You know, I feel bad every time this comes up, everyone kind of comes in trying to defend their job. And it's like, that's not what the majority of this council is trying to do. And the quality of life matters for all of our law enforcement. It's why we brought up the firefighters at the last meeting, and we're going to talk about it at the current meeting. Just because we're saving money in one area doesn't mean that we're actually going to save the money. We're going to pay for overtime in one way or the other. It is better to fully fund our agencies as best as we can. And then if this amendment passes, we are going to go department by department and allow the heads to come up with ways that we can save money. So I would just, to try to alleviate some caution for everyone, I'm not for outsourcing. I don't think the majority of our council is for outsourcing. So I just want to provide some type of relief to residents.
Thank you. Mr. Jaycox? Nothing to say? Okay. All right. Come on. Hey. Okay, we're going to take it. Yeah.
Go now.
Just want a minute to.
Yeah, I deferred. I just needed a minute because public safety. So I ran to support public safety, and I'd say I've done that every single time. And I will continue to do that. I love our city staff, but I would vote to get rid of every single department before police and fire. So that's where you're at on my list. There was some misinformation shared. Somebody had said that every other city in the county has gotten rid of their PD. Astatoula has a PD. Mascot has a PD. Claremont has a PD. Eustis has a PD. Mount Dora has a PD. I mean, I'm sure I could go on, but those were right off the top of my head as the cars I've driven by this week. Umatilla, like Tavares, we can go on and on and on. So that was just incorrect information. Mineola did dissolve their police department and has expressed regret at doing so. So they have said over and over that they wish they had not done that, and it's really hard to come back from because it's expensive to rebuild a police department. Also, I love Lake County, but their response time is 10 to 12 minutes. That's average. Ours is 5 to 7. So even taking the two closest numbers, you got 7 to 10 minutes. That's a 3-minute difference. I don't know how many of you done CPR, but I've done it for over 3 minutes. That's not a good time. Those seconds matter until you get the oxygen, until you get an AED. If you don't have those things, you're 3 more minutes without it. Oxygen to the brain, that's death. That's life and death. So that's where I'm at. And I just wanted to say those things out loud. So, thank you.
We will reconvene at 20 minutes till 9. Okay? Can we all be seated, please? Okay, calling the meeting back to order. Thank you. We will go ahead with the agenda. Let me apologize for the tardiness of you getting up and doing your presentation, but we have a presentation from Vision Church on upcoming community events. Show some courtesy in the back of the room, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, city staff, and members of our Groveland community. My name is Vanessa Irvin, and I proudly represent Vision Church here in Groveland as the event coordinator. Before I begin, I would like to first honor my pastors, Dr. Jonathan and Dr. Annette Brinkley, for entrusting me with the privilege of representing Vision Church here tonight. Their vision is to love people, serve our community, and bring hope where it's needed most. It is truly an honor to represent a church that believes in making a difference beyond the four walls. At Vision Church, our mission is simple: love, teach, and serve. Everything we do is centered on strengthening families, investing in our youth, and building a healthier, stronger community. I'm excited to invite our community to 2 free family events that reflect that mission. Our first event is Back to School Bash, themed Color Wars, taking place Wednesday, August 5th at 6 p.m. at Vision Church here in Groveland. This is more than just a backpack giveaway. It's an evening where families can come together and enjoy games, food, friendly competition, and receive school supplies while celebrating the start of a new school year. We want every student to walk into their classroom feeling confident, encouraged, and knowing their community believes in them. Our second event is the Break the Silence, our suicide awareness and prevention event, taking place on Saturday, September 19 at 5 p.m. right here at Lake David Park. Last year marked the very first time Vision Church hosted this event, and we were deeply honored when City of Groveland recognized our efforts by presenting us with a proclamation for suicide awareness. Thank you. That recognition affirmed what we believe, that when a community comes together to address mental health with compassion and love, lives can truly be impacted. This year, we're building on that foundation by providing licensed counselors, mental health resources, survivor testimonies, prayer, and opportunities for meaningful conversations. Our goal is simple: to remind every person that they matter, they are valued, and they never have to suffer in silence. These events are possible because Vision Church believes that serving our community is one of the greatest ways we can demonstrate God's love. On behalf of Dr. Jonathan and Dr. Annette Brinkley and our entire Vision Church family, thank you to the City of Groveland for continually supporting organizations that invest in our community. We invite everyone to attend, invite a friend, or partner with us as we continue to make Groveland a place where families thrive, hope is restored, lives are changed. If you have any questions, my email is events@wearevisionchurch.com. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And moving on to the consent agenda. We have A through E. Does anybody have any issues on the consent agenda this evening? Yes, sir,
Mr. Mayor, I would like to, staff would like to request removing E and placing that under new business.
Thank you. And I would like to ask for C and D to be removed and put under new business, please. That leaves us with A and B. Jenny, would you like to read the
Yes.
title?
Consideration of approval, May 21st, 2026, City Council Workshop Minutes, June 1st, 2026, City Council Meeting Minutes.
Thank you. So we have the minutes from the two meetings. Do I have a motion to accept?
I would move to accept A and B from the approval.
Second.
And we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any public discussion? Hearing none. Let's move ahead with the vote.
I need to know, who gave the second motion?
Oh,
First and second, right
the
here.
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Oh,
I
I'm
made the
sorry.
motion, and then
Okay.
the Vice Mayor made the
Thank
second.
you. Councilmember Solkowski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaines?
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll?
Aye.
Councilmember Jay Cox?
Aye.
Mayor Kehoe.
Aye. So moving C to the new business and D and E. So we'll move on to old business. Consideration of approval hiring 3 additional firefighters. That's hiring of 3 additional firefighters will reduce the unscheduled overtime budget and will allow implementation of a quick response vehicle to help reduce fuel cost, wear and tear on the existing fire apparatus. Do we
Yes,
have
Mr.
anybody
Mayor, members
speaking
of
on
the
behalf?
council, happy to give a short introduction. Chief Carroll and April Allman from the Finance Department will take the lead on the presentation. But this is upon City Council request. As you may recall, as part of the mid-year amendments, we did approve 3 additional firefighters as part of that process, with interest from the council to approve or possibly entertain 3 additional firefighters to reduce overtime costs that have been rising over the last few years, along with potential capital improvement reductions over the course of the next 5 years. So I want to commend Chief Carroll for creating an innovative strategy, and he's going to come up here, and I believe he promised me he would give a summary, since he already presented this at length at the last meeting, about 3 minutes or less, and then you'll hear on the numbers side from the Finance Department. So we'll see if Chief could do that. Thanks, Chief.
Hey, that's quite the microphone here. You got to stand about 3 feet back. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Mr. Maslow, thank you so much for the opportunity. I am going to make this extremely brief. I know, Mayor, I just want to say this, that I am our fire department, and I am, as your fire chief, fiscally responsible to the men and women in the community behind us. And we will continue to be. I can promise you that. So not only is my job to look after the community and make sure we're being fiscally responsible, but it's also my responsibility to make sure that the men and women, that their safety and their health is a priority as well, especially mental health these days. So it is a priority to look out to them as well. And being properly staffed is part of making sure that they are mentally healthy to come to work. So real quick, these 3 new firefighters will properly staff the fire department for the first time, at least in my tenure, and that's been since February of 20. We have not been properly staffed since. These new firefighters will significantly help reduce the unscheduled overtime budget and allow firefighters to use their PTO time. This is part of that firefighter healthy mental health part. We're dealing with an issue now, so this is a big ordeal over the last 10 years or more. Adding this quick response vehicle allows for us to forego buying more than $1 million apparatus. Now you could say, oh, we're not really saving money because we never approved money, but as being your fire chief and being responsible for planning of vehicles and when to replace these vehicles and so on and so forth, you may not approve it, but I would be telling you, since it takes 3.5 years for that fire truck to come in, the existing fire truck that should have been gone around 10, 11 years would be almost 14 years old by the time this truck would come in. So being that good steward of the taxpayers' money, what we're doing is looking at different ways. You've challenged us to look at different ways to save money over the long term, or at least money that would not otherwise have to be spent. So we would be eliminating this cross-staffing method by putting, with these additional 3 people, it would allow us to put this quick response vehicle on the road for approximately 50% of the time. And I can tell you, the medical director for Lake County, Dr. Buck, talked with her extensively. She's excited about this. She is very, very supportive of this quick response vehicle, just to let you know. And again, she is the medical director for all of Lake County. These 3 firefighters will also allow, as I said, upwards of 50% of the time. Without these 3, we'd be looking at 20% at best. And lastly, let me just say this, having the QRV on the road, it does this, it actually enhances the level of service. It puts another advanced life support paramedic unit on the road that we would not have had on the road. And then it also keeps us from having to hire 9 additional people over the next 4 years, because cross-staffing, if we continue down that road, is a Band-Aid that is not meant to be continued forever. It's to help some growth come, it's helped to bring more revenue into the city, to help afford those additional people, and hopefully with a SAFER grant, if one had come up at that time that we could apply for, we would have certainly have done so. So this overall does save money that otherwise would have to be spent. And again, it enhances the level of service for not only the citizens, but for the visitors of this wonderful city. So without further ado, I'm going to let our finance department get up now.
Don't go far.
Yes, sir.
No.
I will not.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you, Chief. So we're going to kind of just give this to you. This is kind of, ooh, that's really loud. We're going to give this to you. This is kind of what Chief presented in the last meeting. Tweaked a little bit with things that we've discovered since then, right? Just kind of looking at things, looking at the 3 costs of the firefighters/paramedics in 2027 when we bring them on. It would be a total of $390,000 with the $175 reduction in unscheduled overtime. And what we're doing is we're basically putting that back into those firefighters that we're hiring. So that's kind of tying into, so it ties back into like what Chief talked about with burnout and all of those kinds of things. So it's allowing those firefighters the opportunity to take their PTO, et cetera. And then underneath there, you're talking about the discretionary fund. We're looking at funding this stuff with the discretionary fund that comes from Lake County. The quick response vehicle actually has reduced from the last time he presented this to $150,000. You have the brush truck skid unit at $35,000. So then what we're looking at, the savings in 27 is the $950,000, because that's the cost of the 1.1 million fire truck that we would have to budget if we did not have these 3 firefighters authorized. So that's the savings between the 1.1 million and the 150, the 150,000 that we're paying for the quick response vehicle. And then the brush truck, you have the brush truck skid unit there, the cost of that. And then so your total savings is the 1.1 for 2027 that kind of scatters across. When you see down on the total at the end, it's going to be 1.3 projected savings over the next 5 years with these different ways that Chief came with moving things around. So let's break that down, because the question was asked, how do we fund that, right? How do we fund that $390,000? So looking at fire's budget for 2027, this is currently, which y'all have not seen yet, so you get a little sneak peek into what we're going to show at the budget workshop. The total revenue anticipated is 7.8, almost 7.9 if we round up. We are doing the fire assessment at $4 million, the advanced life support that we receive from the county, interest earned, transfer from the general fund, and that is a reduction actually to what it is in 26 right now. And then your funds carried forward. Your proposed operating is the 7.8 as well. It is putting the personnel service there, includes the $215,000, and I'm going to show you what that, where I come up with that, because if you take the 3 now, I'll show it to you in the next slide. This is just the budget. Then what they're asking for in capital improvement requests, typically those type of things are funded out of discretionary, but is $967,000, and then the debt, which is actually our Fire Station 3, that is the portion for next year's payment. So what are we asking for? We're asking for 3 additional new firefighters at a cost of $215,000. Fully loaded, that is 390. But talking about the reduction and unscheduled overtime, like I said, we're putting that back into the firefighters that we're hiring. So you take 175, that is how we came up with the 215. How do we pay for it? The ordinance or resolution, excuse me, that we did with the fire assessment says that we can increase it by 5%. So that $4 million that you saw on the previous slide for the fire assessment was including the 5% increase. And it makes a difference of about $194,800. There was a difference between that money. You can see from the 215 to the 194, there's a reduction, or there's an additional expense of $20,200. Chief went through, we talked about it, and he found a way to reduce his operating budget by $20,000 to ensure that we do not increase the transfer from the general fund to the fire fund for these 3 officers. So with that, I will take any other questions or comments that y'all have?
Sure. Let's start. Amy Jo?
Sure. I was in favor of this the first 2 times it came up, so I'm still in favor of it. I want to say that if our fire department is understaffed, we are not treating our firefighters well. People like to say that, you know, we've done really well for that. When we've improved things over the years, but this is that next step. Because just imagine you're at work and you had a really long shift. And at the end of your really long shift, your boss walks up and says, hey, by the way, I'm really sorry, but you're not going home. I need you to stay. And it's not an option, like you have to stay now. Because otherwise, you lose your license. You don't have a job anymore. You can't be a firefighter anymore. It's not optional. It's mandatory at that point. And I'm sure there's some people that like the overtime, but at some point, you hit a wall where nobody's volunteering for the overtime anymore because everybody needs a break. And that's what we need to avoid, is that coming up to somebody and saying, well, you have no choice, you have to stay. Because that shouldn't happen to anybody.
Mr. Jaycox?
Sure. Chief, could you come up to the podium, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for finding an extra 20. As you remember, I was going to vote for this last meeting. The only reason I didn't was because the mayor asked for additional time for you to flush this extra information out.
Yes, sir.
And I'm very happy that you did flush it out. Do you remember our first meeting in December?
Yes, very clearly.
In that first meeting in December, you kind of thought I was a little crazy, didn't you?
Those are your words, but
Well, I think when I was walking down the hall, you said, that was crazy, Mike, that was crazy. You're going to set my department back 40 years. But 6 months later, here you are bringing something to the council in a budget that saves money. It takes away overtime costs, unscheduled overtime costs. It saves money. It fully funds your department.
It does.
And the whole concept that does all that is a quick response vehicle, or as I put it, a first responder SUV or pickup truck.
Sure.
And I brought that to you first time we ever met in December, and I said, hey, this might be a way to save the money from the overtime, because I thought it was silly that we were just giving away overtime instead of putting new people on.
Sure.
You know.
And Councilman, I appreciate that. I mean, this was something that I think, that I know for a fact that we had proposed a couple years ago, and that the timing wasn't necessarily right to do so. But listening to your concern and concerns of other mayor and other council members, wear and tear on vehicles is a big one, especially when you're talking a tower ladder truck running out primarily to medical calls, where that's why we were going to have to cross-staff the vehicle. Now this eliminates that at a much cheaper result to the taxpayers, much cheaper.
Much cheaper, and I'm glad that we were able to come to a consensus and figure out a way of doing that.
Yes, sir.
In the last meeting we had, you came to us and you said your firemen were inundating you with calls and saying that they were going to lose their job. In that meeting, I said that me and you would put out a joint statement if you wanted to,
that said that, no, we never suggested to do that. As a matter of fact, I voted last time to add firemen to Groveland, so I had never, ever had any intention of getting rid of the fire department. So
Yes, sir. And I have funneled many, many phone calls. I've had many, many conversations with the men and women of Groveland Fire Department. You know, it's hard to, when people get upset and they think a certain way. You know, myself, my administrative staff, we did the best to try to bring calm to the situation.
I apologize. That's off the agenda item. I mean, that's going back to what we talked about before. This is about the extension of firefighters. Let's get that. We'll come back to reports later and we can talk about that, but let's stay on this. We got a long way to go.
Thank you again for bringing the information back needed so we all could make a good decision on this.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I was for it before, and I appreciate the additional info that you provided.
You know, what I would like to see, Chief Carroll, is this as part of the overall budget, how it meshes into the overall budget. I do not know if everyone else agrees with that. If you don't, that's fine. But I would like to ask for a consensus that this be merged into the big picture. Because if we don't know where we're going, any road's going to take us there.
Vice Mayor, if I may ask just a question, because you're kind of moving into budget there. Are you asking just for the fire fund, or are you asking for it to mesh into the budget as a whole?
As a whole.
The budget as a whole.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we can do that. We'll have a budget meeting coming up, right?
July 23rd, you oversee the general fund.
We can go ahead and look at how that goes in. I just need a big favor from 3 people here. You two and this one right here.
It's 2.
You and you. Just can you bear with me? Because I'm a little slow. When you present a item as a savings when nothing has been reserved, it's not a savings, it's an expense, okay? Now, I would ask that right now we promised that we were going to start accruing. Remember last year we were going to start accruing after the last fire truck, accruing expense towards the next fire truck. And that's when $1 million come up, and then we didn't budget it last year for some reason. If you know that there's an obsolescence pattern schedule, we should be reserving for it. Otherwise, what happens, we just keep borrowing more and borrowing more. And the true expense, I mean, that's funding depreciation, right? I mean, we have to fund that. And so then you have something to come back and say, there's money here that we've reserved for this, and I'm saving this, rather, because it's still an expense. It's still an expense. So can we, how do we go about getting that done? Because we've talked about reserving, and we've talked about it, but we haven't done it. So how can we do that?
On the capital side, you do have a workshop on the 16th. This is more on the capital improvements planning side, the CIP. I would recommend the council consider a reserve fund similar to how an HOA would have a reserve fund, or call it a sinking fund at home. If you know you have a big capital expense in future years, you start a savings account, and every year you put some money toward that. And once you have that filled up, you reduce your dependence on debt.
And I just want to explain why, because sometimes we say, oh, we had a year and we had $2 million more, we need to cut something or do this, but the next year, there's another $1.5 million coming in on some expense that we haven't accrued for. So just so that we can plan that out, it would be very, very helpful.
And Mayor, I completely hear you. I think the issue with the fire department here in Groveland is that we've been working off a skeleton crew, so there was no money to be putting away into a line for future vehicles without cutting services. As you can see, 90% of the cost of the fire department is personnel services. My operating budget to run the whole fire department throughout the year is less than $1 million.
We would come in under the budget, you know, we'd have to approve it, but we're not saying cutting services, we're saying putting it
Sure,
aside.
I'm just saying
You know.
that to be able to put money away for future fire trucks over years.
Yeah, you got to fund depreciation.
We have to find out where.
And it's not only you, it's you know, it's lift
Yes, sir.
stations, it's everything else around here. We have to start
But I hear you
funding
completely, yes, sir.
depreciation.
But if I can interject on that for just a moment, and I'm going to just remind everybody, right? I'm going to remind council that we did have, Chief Carroll was good with his FY26 capital requests that we have, right? Which is the budget, or the budget workshop that's coming to you on the 16th, July the 16th, so coming up very quickly. He did have, and unfortunately, there was stuff that got cut from that. And exactly what you're talking about is the stuff that got cut from that. I know there's other areas, but just to say, I don't want to say in defense, but for lack of a better word, in defense of Chief Carroll in this instance. And again, like I say, lack of better words, there was stuff, but unfortunately, and it was not the council's doing that cut it.
Okay, good, because I was having a
No,
brain.
it was not council. That's why I wanted to say, I wanted to make that clear. It was not council that made that decision.
All right, but thank you. It will really help out a lot. And it's good that we're going to pay it now or later. You know, we just got to figure it out, okay? Any further questions? Any comments? No? Well, let's go ahead and, is there any questions? Let's get a motion
We
before I
want to make a
open it.
motion. I would move to approve the hiring of the 3 additional firefighters.
I'll second that motion, but I'd also like to amend it to add the quick response vehicle. Is that something that you wanted now, right?
Absolutely. So we were looking that come the October 1 budget that we would be able to purchase that vehicle. But that's part of what's going to make all this work is we need the vehicle to make it happen.
But that would be for 27's budget.
That come up,
Right, so
yes.
That's what he's
it
asking
wouldn't be until we, you know, approve the whole budget, but the idea, the concept should be in this.
Yeah, I'd go through the capital on that, right? And we do the firefighters now, because the reason we want the
Yes, sir.
firefighters now is so they can come on, right?
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
then this is something that,
It's going to take us time to get the firefighters on, even people we've taken applications for a month or two ago when you asked us to bring back the information, we've called, those people are gone. They're not available anymore. So we have to go through the process again. It'll be October 1 or shortly before that, before we could even bring them on. So
Yeah, sure.
the truck at that time would be appropriate. Thank
so
you.
I think that solves.
So a second with no amendment.
With no amendment, yep, okay. So we have a second and a first and a second, you got that? And now I'll open it for discussion, further discussion from the council. Seeing none, any public comment?
Yes, Chris Walker? You don't, okay. Judy Fike?
Good evening, Judy Fike, 719 Alcove Drive, Groveland. Just wanted to say, first, I am in support of hiring the 3 additional firefighters. I just wanted to make a quick comment before I get into my notes here, but calling concerned citizens emotional is kind of an easy way to avoid addressing the facts. Facts don't have feelings. They simply exist. When residents come before this council with research numbers and legitimate concerns, they deserve answers, not labels. Dismissing them as emotional is disrespectful and unworthy of public discourse. So, moving on. I'd like to say that I do support the old business agenda, item 1, the hiring of 3 additional firefighters. Public safety is not a partisan issue. It's one of the most fundamental responsibilities of local government. Every resident deserves to know that when they call 911, someone answers, someone responds quickly, and someone arrives prepared to help. Groveland continues to grow at an incredible pace. Every new neighborhood brings more families, homes, traffic, and more medical emergencies, and even more calls for service. Growth is something to celebrate, but growth should never outpace public safety. That's why I support hiring these additional firefighters. Thank you. This isn't simply another line item in the budget. It's an investment in our community. It means faster response times, better coverage, reduced overtime, and reduced fatigue for our firefighters, and a stronger emergency response system for the residents that we serve. Preparedness is always less expensive than catching up. Our firefighters answer the call every single day. They enter burning buildings, respond to serious crashes, provide life-saving medical care, and comfort families during the most difficult moments of their lives. They willingly put themselves in harm's way for people they've never met. The least we can do is ensure they have the staffing, training, equipment, and resources they need to do their job safely and effectively. Public safety planning is about looking ahead, whether it's hiring firefighters to preserve the specialized equipment they depend on, whether it's hiring firefighters or preserving the specialized equipment they depend on. These are investments that pay dividends when emergencies happen. Not long ago, there were discussions about whether the city even needed to retain its tower truck. I'm encouraged that tonight we're having a different conversation, one focused on strengthening our public safety capabilities rather than questioning them. That's the directions our residents expect. Strong communities don't reduce their readiness, they build upon it. As our city continues to grow, every public safety decision should be guided by one simple question: will this improve the safety and service our residents receive? If the answer is yes, then we should seriously consider making that investment. Residents don't distinguish between fire, EMS, and law enforcement. They simply expect help to arrive quickly when they need it most. That means investing not only in the dedicated men and women who serve us, but also in the apparatus, equipment, and infrastructure that allow them to do their jobs safely and effectively. The strongest communities invest in public safety before they need it, not after they've fallen behind. I do appreciate the council's willingness to make this investment tonight, and I hope we continue to make decisions that strengthen, not diminish, our ability to protect the people of Groveland. Because at the end of the day, there's no greater responsibility entrusted to local government than protecting the lives and property of the people they serve. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have any further public? No further public? Yes, ma'am.
Now listen, you know that I am probably the #1 fan of the fire and public service. So what I am about to say is not personal. Originally, I had asked that we see it in the total budget. For me, that would have been a big picture thing rather than sized down like this. So when we do take our vote, I want everyone in here to know I have nothing against public service. I love them. I use them a lot. But I just wanted to say my vote is coming from what I believe, and Chief Carroll, you know that. And so with that, I just wanted to get this out here. I don't want anybody going out slicing my tires tonight or anything like that, but it is what it is for me. Thank you.
We respect all your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And remember too, just for the record, the capital is not in this. It's going to come up at the budget. This is just for the 3 firefighters, correct? Okay, so let's go ahead and take the vote.
Councilmember Solkowski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Jay Cox?
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaines?
Nay.
Mayor Kehoe?
Aye. Okay.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you all very much. Mr. Mesler, thank you as well.
Next on the agenda, discussion, City of Groveland proposal, Lake County Sheriff's Office Emergency Communication Dispatch Services. Discussion in reference to the proposal from Lake County Sheriff's Office Emergency Communication Dispatch Services pertaining to the consolidation and cost analysis.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Chief Ramsey here to present to you all tonight a proposal from Lake County Sheriff's Office by way of a inquiry from City Council. I did want to just reiterate, not only to the City Council, everyone at the dais, but everyone in the audience, this is a discussion-only item. There is no vote on this item tonight. It's just gathering information, gathering facts. Feel free to ask questions. We'll continue this conversation as part of the budgeting process. But again, no action taken tonight. Chief, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to come here tonight. Understand that I'm here to present to you as asked a proposal that was presented by the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Before I begin, I want to say thank you to all the first responders, the citizens that showed up tonight, expressed their obvious desires, and I hope that that doesn't end here. I hope that with other matters that are important within our community, that they come out and show that same type of support, same sort of enthusiasm. So with that being said, we understand that tonight is a discussion-only item. It's not for a vote. It's not for a final decision. And what I have here tonight is we're going to take an overview of the actual proposal through a PowerPoint presentation, and then we'll actually take a look at the proposal itself that was presented by the Lake County Sheriff's Office in efforts to consolidate our dispatch services. Next slide. Oh, we have it here. Do we want to go with the top? There we go. Each of you have a copy of this with you. I believe each of you also have a copy of the actual proposal. A little bit of an overview. The Lake County Sheriff's Office has presented for us in their proposal both the purpose and the scope. We'll discuss that a little bit tonight. The technology and modernization, the operational and staffing challenges that we're going to foresee and that we're going to experience, and the partnership, and they're proposing the continuity. So what this really, unfortunately, it comes down to is because of the situation we find ourselves into with the next slide, our current line item budget for dispatch. Our current line item budget for dispatch of the $932,100. It's a substantial amount of money. The technology, the annual contract cost that they're proposing for us is a $285,924. So that's a proposed contract that's based upon population using the multiplier of 12 per resident of Groveland. Those payments will come in the form of quarterly payments from the city of Groveland to the Lake County Sheriff's Office. We talk about the planning and considerations. It's going to take considerable planning, and I say that because as we transfer to the next slide, we're currently going through what's called a, let me just back up here a little bit. I think we might have gone past one. Communications. So we're currently going through what's called the update of our CAD system. That's how all of our calls are dispatched. We're transitioning from Spillman to Premier One. So that in itself is a huge undertaking. That was grant funded. The Sheriff's Office, the Groveland Police Department are all part of that transition and upgrading any equipment to Premier One. It's been an ongoing process for quite some time. And it's going to take through next year before we can actually even accomplish that, both with the Lake County Sheriff's Office as well as the Groveland Police Department. As we roll that out, or as the Lake County Sheriff's Office rolls that out, they anticipate doing that in a tiered phase. When I say a tiered phase, they're going to start with their own in-house, do some troubleshooting, and then they're going to start with Groveland and try to roll that out in a manner that we can continue to be proficient and continue to provide the same level of service that we provide now. It's important to understand that when we talk about our CAD system, this system we're on the same system that the Lake County Sheriff's Office is currently on, Spillman. We both use Spillman now. We can see their calls for service, they can see our calls for service. The equipment, we're familiar with it. Of course, there's going to be some upgrades that are going to be required along with that $280,000 proposal for a one-time cost of approximately $100,000 to make sure that our equipment is compatible with the equipment that they use. So one of the questions that came up with us was, how are we going to transition these people that currently work within our PSAP to the Lake County Sheriff's Office? And that was a realistic question that council had presented. And so what the Lake County Sheriff's Office has proposed is what they're calling a COOP, C-O-O-P. I'm not really sure what the acronym stands for them, but in the reality of it is our members of our dispatch center, our PSAP, will continue to be employed by the city of Groveland if the city of Groveland decides to accept this contract. They will initially go to the Emergency Management Center within the Lake County Sheriff's Office, where they'll continue to be paid by the city of Groveland until that full transition is made, and where they're fully integrated into the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Now, of course, one of the slides we clearly talk about the staffing and the ability for these individuals to become members of the Lake County Sheriff's Office. And that is an opportunity. They can become members if they meet their criteria and if they choose to hire them. None of that's guaranteed. We have 2 supervisors within our current PSAP. They're not guaranteed to be supervisors with the Lake County Sheriff's Office. There's been people with the Lake County Sheriff's Office and their communication center that has been there for a length of time. How can we expect these individuals that have been dedicated to the city of Groveland to go to the Lake County Sheriff's Office and jump those that have been in line for promotions previously to their arrival? It's just not going to happen. It's just not realistic. Financially, the Lake County Sheriff's Office has put together a proposal which provides a 2.5% per year. I'll try to bring this up on a big screen for you so we can talk about this a little bit. So this is their step plan in which they are talking about members from our PSAP, if integrated into their system or their place of employment, would be eligible for. And you can look at the years of service there in their step plan and comparable to where we are and what we offer our employees now. A starting salary, for instance, $25 at the $25 per hour. At the Lake County Sheriff's Office, our current starting salary is $19.25 for a dispatch. Year 1, we jumped to 2.5 and so forth, all the way to 10 years. So the money, as far as the starting pay for their time in service, is recognized. However, the longevity towards the retirement that they would be eligible for would be a civilian Florida retirement system is not recognized. They start at ground zero towards any type of retirement. The city of Groveland currently offers a 4% 457B. If the employees contribute an additional 3, the city contributes additional 3, bringing them to 10%. The employee can contribute as much as they wish. One of the comments that was made talked about longevity. The longevity for these members with the Groveland PSAP, the information that was given is misleading. Do they have a turnover rate, a high turnover rate? Sure. Every dispatch center in the nation has a high turnover rate. If you look at some of the information that's been provided to you in the folders, you'll see that the years of service for our particular members in our PSAP is really pretty extensive. We have 2 members that have been there for over 9 years, dedicated to the city of Groveland. We have another member or 2 that have been there 8 years. We only have 2 members of our fully staffed PSAP of 10 in total. We only have 2 that's been there less than 2 years. That's pretty good for a PSAP. We're a small police department, we're a small community that's growing, and we're a small PSAP in general. But these individuals that work within our PSAP do much more than answer calls and dispatch police officers. They truly are a part of our community. It's my job to stand here and present to you the facts and the dollars and the cents, and it's your job, I understand, as council to make these tough decisions. But I think that when we look at are calls for service, and we look at what these individuals are challenged to do each and every day, it's apples and oranges. They don't just answer a call, and they don't just dispatch a police officer. They're part of the police department, and they're a part of our community in many ways. In that folder that I presented, or asked the clerk to present to each of you, there was a few things in there as well. I just jotted down some notes sitting at my desk earlier today to kind of take a minute and think, well, what is it that our members of our PSAP do that makes them unique, that makes them different? So I thought about things like the after-hours administrative calls. The Lake County Sheriff's Office is not going to provide that. We're going to have to hire somebody to accept those calls. Just the other day, there was a water issue. One day, 300 calls. These individuals are not only dispatching calls and answering the phone, several of them are actually certified breath test operators. They're certified to run the intoxilizer for any time one of these officers come into off the streets with an intoxicated person or a person believed to be intoxicated and operate that machine. And they maintain that certification. I believe one of the council members, and I don't want to speak for you, but was surprised when I actually brought you into the PSAP to see that these individuals monitor every single camera within the entire public safety building. And there's several. They control every single door. They're able to communicate with the officers if they were to bring an individual into the Sally Port, processing them in for the jail. These are things that the Lake County Sheriff's Office is not going to be able to provide us. They're the only entity that is 24/7 at that police department. An alarm goes off, battery backup, generator's not working. They're the ones that receive that. They're the only entity that's there 24/7. They assist with various community events. They provide personalized city information to callers in reference to city landmarks and locations. Now, our dispatchers, if transitioned to Lake County, will initially be able to help provide that service. But if they're short in Zone 2 for dispatch services, that dispatcher that normally would have dispatched for Groveland is going to go fill Zone 2 and dispatch for Zone 2. And a dispatcher will come in from somewhere else in the county. They may not know those landmarks. They may not know those locations that they're able to help the caller out with. Institutional knowledge is something that can't be measured with dollars. I truly do believe that. Institutional knowledge of various city departments and functions and directors. Any person can call at any time of the day and want to complain about a park problem, a street light problem. These dispatchers are PSAP. They know Mike Walker. They know TJ Fisk. They know who's in charge of that. They know how best to direct that individual and how best to serve our citizens. And the personal knowledge and frequency of the callers of previous history and concerns. We service an area that seems to, for whatever reasons, have a lot of mental health calls for service for our police officers. I can tell you that those calls that come in regularly are known individuals to these individuals that are persons in our PSAP. They know because of previous calls, because of previous conversations, because of previous interactions with them. So they know what those officers are going to long before they arrive, and they're able to help get that information out. Now, what happens when you go to a large call center, PSAP, such as Lake County? I retired from the Fort Myers region, the Lee County Sheriff's Office. It was a large call center. You have call takers and you have dispatchers. The call taker takes that initial call, and that call taker takes that initial information, And that call taker determines whether that call needs to go in queue, meaning wait for the next available officer, or that call taker determines whether that's a priority call and goes directly to dispatch, for an officer to be dispatched. Our PSAP doesn't do that. The same person dispatching is banging away on that keyboard, putting that same information out live. Nothing's going into a queue. It's being dispatched immediately. So I think that's extremely important for us to remember too. Now, when we talk about, and I apologize for going on a tyrant there a little bit, but when we talk about the dollars and cents, there is financial advantages for these members of the PSAP to go to Lake County. Each one of them will receive some sort of financial increase. They'll receive a raise, some substantial, $2 or $3 an hour. So I think that we as a community have to ask ourselves, why do they want to stay here then? Right? Bigger paycheck, quality of life improves. I think that that's something really important to ask, why somebody's staying here for 9 years, and another individual staying here for 8 years. It's got to be more than the money. I'd like to think it's because the police department itself looks at itself as a family. We have differences. We don't always agree. And at the end of the day, just like council has to make tough decisions for the city, the chief of police has to make some unpopular decisions for the overall police department. That's the nature of it. But at the end of the day, these individuals are more than a call taker. And I just think that we need to take that in consideration. So, our $932,000 line item budget for dispatch. The county has proposed, like I had said, to do that for $280,000 annually, based upon population. We know we're growing, and it's a $12 multiplier per resident. They base that off the Bieber schedule. It's not something that they just pull out of their hat. So the numbers are transparent. There is some financial increase to our staff that chose to go to Lake County and that were accepted by Lake County. There is a minimum of right at about $100,000 of equipment upgrade, which is a one-time cost for us to make our equipment compatible. All of the other equipment that's currently in our PSAP, and I think the council member would agree, it was pretty impressive the other day. All of that equipment will be gutted. Lake County Sheriff's Office will take that equipment and they'll place that in their disaster recovery center and utilize it in case that all of their communications goes down or they have to relocate. Let's take a quick look, if we can, at the actual contract that they provided us. I believe I gave each of you a copy of this, and I apologize for going off on a little bit of a tangent, but we'll go straight through this for you real quick, and we'll talk about it, and then I'll let you meet a couple of these individuals, and I don't think anybody can speak more directly about our PSAP than those that do it each and every day. So when we look at their proposal, they give us the revised proposal for emergency communications dispatch services for the city of Groveland. At the request of the deputy chief, on behalf of the Groveland City Council, a more current proposal. This is the most updated. This comes up every year. It's come up for the last 4 years, in fact, whether or not we should or should not consolidate. They give us a timeline here. The transition for the Motorola Premier, they talk about Premier again because it is very labor intense on their part and our part, and it's going to be consuming to roll that out, but it's a necessary. They give us a time frame there of January 27th. It should be up and fully operational, the Premier. Their staffing and capacity has improved. They, like ourselves and others, have suffered from high turnover rate and trying to improve that. And they seem to be at the capacity now in which they can comfortably do so come October of 26. The annual contract, as we discussed, is based upon our current population by the Beaver of 23,827 persons. 23,827 residents. As those numbers increase, of course, the cost will increase. Currently, we're obviously in a situation when we have a PSAP, if we have some maintenance and upgrades that we need to do, the city of Groveland is responsible for that. After that initial cost of the $100,000 for the upgrade, that will become Lake County's responsibility. We spoke about the equipment transfers. We spoke about how all that equipment will be taken and put in their disaster recovery center. We talked about how our current equipment is not necessarily compatible with theirs, and that's why the $100,000 one-time capital improvement will be needed for them to put that into place. We talked about the hiring of the dispatchers. So each one of these members of our PSAP will be afforded the opportunity to fill out an application and go through this. They hope to do that while they're in that COOP setting. And I say the COOP setting in our EOC. That's because while they're being integrated into how things are being done at Lake County, they will also be asking, if you're interested, apply. They'll be doing their background checks. They'll be doing their criminal histories. They'll be doing their neighborhood checks. They'll be doing all the things necessary for them to be a member of the Lake County Sheriff's Office. And they will be eligible for health care. They'll be eligible for the financial step plan incentive. They'll be eligible for benefits that are very much consistent with what we have now. Again, they touch upon here in their proposal the after-hours telephone calls for utilities. We get a lot of calls for utilities. We get a lot of calls for different administrative calls for different things. We'll have to find a way to man that. Now, our IT department has done a good job at this updating our phone system to a rollover type situation, so we have parties that working the 9 to 5 schedule are able to accommodate that. It's the after hours. We're doing our citizens an injustice, in my opinion, if we don't have somebody that can pick that phone up because my water's not running, or because we offer that now, so we're going to be diminishing those services that we're talking about we're trying not to do if we don't hire somebody to fill that. So before I open this up, and I will touch on one more thing here, I actually took the time to look at our 9-year, just to give you an idea, to look at our 9-year person for the city of Groveland, for the Groveland Police Department that works within our PSAP. That individual's current hourly rate is $28.51. The 9-year step plan would put that same person at $31.22. So I'm not disputing the financial advantages of that. I'm telling you that your members who are working this PSAP want to continue working knowing that they could make more money elsewhere. So there must be something more to it than just dollars. And with that, I would like to ask the individuals that are here from our PSAP tonight just to give you a little more insight that even I can't give you because I don't work there every day. I'm not in there all the time with them. As to what they experience each and every day and why this is important to them. It's not just a job, and they're not just a call taker. So with that, ladies.
Good evening. My name is Tara Lawson, and I am a communications supervisor with the Groveland Police Department. My address is protected. I would like to address several statements made by Councilman Jaycox in an article posted in...
This is not part of the proposal from the chief. This is personnel.
Chief, does this impact the proposal?
I think that their opinions and I think that their insight to what their daily operation is has a huge impact.
So you feel that it impacts the, okay.
I can continue. Thank you. An article in Florida newspapers beginning with the financial impact of the communication center. The article says that it costs approximately $937,000 yearly to run our dispatch center. The sheriff's office has quoted operations at $300,000. That is an estimated savings of roughly $600,000. It is important to recognize what those savings represent. First and foremost, the savings is achieved by eliminating 9 full-time positions held by the women and men who currently serve this community as dispatchers. Secondly, there is no guarantee that this is a fixed rate. Costs of operations could change over time based on future contract negotiations and service levels. Councilman Jaycox, in your article you stated, we are actively working to identify placement opportunities, including positions within the regional system and elsewhere in city operations, some of which pay more than current dispatch wages. If the city believes it has the financial capacity to place us into other municipal positions that may offer higher salaries, it raises an important question. If the city can afford to employ us in higher paying roles, why is it unable to sustain us in our current positions within the dispatch center? That is a question deserving of a clear and transparent explanation for us, as well as the residents who are funding our services. The article emphasized the turnover rate as 40% annually. While that percentage may sound concerning, it should be viewed in proper context. Our dispatch center is authorized for 10 full-time positions. The 40% turnover rate translates to 4 employees leaving over the course of the year. It should be noted that high turnover rates in 911 call centers is a nationwide issue that affects agencies of all sizes and is not isolated to just our agency. High turnover rates are caused by the emotional and psychologically demanding nature of our profession, burnout, chronic stress, and the difficulty of recruiting and retaining qualified dispatchers. In the article, you mentioned that the systems that worked when Groveland was smaller are not equipped for the growing population. If that is true, then it is reasonable to ask how those same increasing demands will affect the sheriff's office. Transferring dispatch services changes who is responsible for meeting that demand, but does not reduce the demand itself. You also pointed out that 12 other municipalities are dispatched through the sheriff's office and that none of them have returned to in-house operations. Before relying on that fact as evidence, I would ask whether council has spoken directly with the leaders of those communities to learn about their experiences after transitioning. Have they been asked why they made the change? Have they had any challenges or long-term impacts? Once an agency has transitioned, it isn't as simple as deciding to return to in-house operations. If council has not done so already, I would encourage you to seek out this valuable insight before making this decision. I would like to clarify for both council and the residents how your emergency calls are handled. There are 3 public safety answering points, also known as PSAPs, in Lake County: Groveland PD, Leesburg PD, and the Lake County Sheriff's Office. When a 911 call is placed, it is answered by the PSAP that serves the cell tower or landline closest to the caller's location. Depending on where help is needed, the call may need to be transferred to the appropriate agency. Groveland PD and Lake County share a computer-aided dispatch or CAD system, which allows us to see each other's calls for service in real time. All 3 PSAPs handle law enforcement operations. When there is a medical emergency, the caller is transferred to Lake County Fire Rescue, who is responsible for providing emergency medical dispatch. This is a standard procedure across the system. Most importantly, the transfer of a call does not result in a delay in emergency response. The system is designed so that calls are quickly routed to the appropriate agency, regardless of which PSAP initially receives them. The level of service remains the same throughout the process. The article references transparency and accountability. Those values are best upheld when decisions are made with full context, not just selective data points. The public deserves a complete understanding of both the financial implications and the human impacts of this proposal. Upholding transparency means ensuring all of those factors are clearly presented. I have dedicated the past 9 years of my career to serving this community. Like many of us, I made important life decisions based on the stability I believed this career provided. I waited until I had established my career before starting a family because I wanted to ensure I could provide a stable future for my children. For the last year, that stability has been uncertain. The possibility of losing our positions isn't just a line item on a budget or projected cost savings. It affects our families' livelihoods, our plans for the future, and the sense of security we work so hard to build. I understand that the council has a responsibility to consider the city's financial future, and I respect that responsibility. All I ask is that as you make this decision, you also remember that behind every position being discussed is a person, a family, and years of dedicated public service. Those human impacts deserve the same thoughtful consideration as the financial ones. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a presentation. Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dakota Stocker Wright. I'm one of the other dispatchers for Groveland. My address is also protected. If you remember, I also spoke on this issue last year. With the discussion coming back up again with the possibility of eliminating both Groveland PD, our officers, and our dispatch being completely taken over by Lake County, I understand the goal is to find the best path moving forward for our city. But I do ask the decision being made carefully for what our department provides beyond simply answering calls and responding to emergencies. Groveland is more than a jurisdiction on a map. It's a community built on relationships. Our officers know the people they serve, and our residents know them in return. Some of our officers have served this city since before I was even born. They have watched Groveland grow, built trust with families and businesses, and earned the confidence of this community over many years. That kind of relationship cannot simply be transferred overnight. There is also a misconception that if county were to take over, every member of our department would automatically have a place there. That is simply not the case. As many people that spoke before me, our officers cannot simply be transferred as easily as we can't be transferred, and they will not hold their rank as people have promised.
We stick to this in particular. We're past that. We've got time constraints.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Many of our supervisors have dedicated years of hard work to earn their ranks through leadership, training, and service to the city, including my supervisors and myself as a communications training officer. I would not be able to train other dispatchers if I moved to Lake County. I've also taken time to speak with county dispatchers as well as officers from other agencies. A common concern I've heard was that adding Groveland to an already busy county system would place additional strain on dispatch operations and on the deputies responsible for covering the area. This isn't about questioning the county's professionalism. They already do an incredible job every day, but they already have significant responsibilities. Expanding that workload affects response priorities, radio traffic, and overall efficiency. Every night, our dispatchers scan Sector 3, which is the south end. It covers Groveland down to Polk County. And every night, I always hear their supervisors say that they will have a unit en route to a call when they are available, which, as you stated before, can be 12, maybe 20 minutes. Sometimes on a low priority call, it could be up to 45 to an hour. There's many services our local dispatch center provides that often go unnoticed because they happen behind the scenes. As previously stated, we answer after hours for water emergency, IT. We direct residents to city resources, help people with record requests, and answer questions about local events and provide information specific to Groveland that comes from years of familiarity with our city. Those daily interactions help residents without requiring an officer and city employee to track down the answer elsewhere. While these tasks may seem small individually, together they represent a level of local knowledge and customer service that would be difficult to replicate in a regional center serving an entire county. Our dispatchers also know our officers personally. We know their voices, their locations, their working styles, and often recognize them for their voice over the radio and know when something is wrong before anyone else does. This familiarity contributes to officer safety and allows us to communicate efficiently during critical incidents. This conversation is more about budgets or organizational charts. It's about preserving a department that has invested years into serving Groveland and maintaining local knowledge, relationships, and accountability that our residences have come to expect. I encourage everyone, whether citizens or on the council, involved in this decision to consider not only what can be saved financially, but also what can be lost. Removing our local officers and dispatchers may seem like a solution today, but in the long run, it will only hurt Groveland. As our city continues to grow, the demand for public safety services will continue to increase. Reducing our local resources now will leave our community with longer response times, less personalized service, and fewer people who truly know and understand Groveland. This decision is not only going to affect today's residences, but can impact our future. Once our police department and dispatches are dissolved, rebuilding them would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible. Groveland deserves officers and dispatchers who know its neighborhoods, its residents, and its history. I respectfully ask that you preserve the people who have dedicated themselves to serving this community and allow Groveland PD and its dispatch to continue doing what they do best.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chief, can we make sure that we have new information instead of testimonials on this specific subject, please? Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Let's talk about just for a moment here, and I think them for their testimony, and I do think it's valuable information because they're the ones that do this job each and every day. They know it better than me, they know it better than you, because they do it every day. So let's talk a little bit about calls for service and what we're experiencing now within the city of Groveland and what these members of our PSAP go through as well. You're talking about an annual calls for service. We average for the last 2 years, year one, 49,000 radio transmissions calls for service that these individuals had to dispatch. Year two was 45,000. Dispatch reactive calls, meaning the call came in on the phone and the dispatcher had to speak with the individual, gather that information and dispatch that call. Year one was 11,793 calls. Year two was 12,436. The proactive calls, where the officer makes a traffic stop. The officer checks out with somebody suspicious, maybe in nature. There were 37,744 communications between our officers and that dispatch. Year two, it was 33,162. Calls that actually came in, administrative line, year one, 19,257. Year two, 15,148. Administrative calls for various different things were called into this PSAP. 911 calls, 5,554 and 5,788. 911 calls, an emergency call and in need of our public service.
Chief, I'm a little slow here. On those numbers, which ones would not be covered in the new? You had said earlier that we'd have to have somebody else hired for a certain amount of those calls.
I would estimate that those administrative calls, several of those, several thousands of those annually.
Thank you.
So with that, I would ask those that can't stay, because they do have other obligations at home and so forth, to remain, and we'll open it up for some questions and answers. I'm sure you guys have several questions about this, and I'm glad that tonight is discussion. I think it's a worthy discussion to have before we take such a vote.
Thank you. Mr. Jaycox?
Staff, can you put up the two tables, please? Okay, as you can see from the table that's up on the screen, these are the actual pay rates of the, oh, first let me justify something. I was asked to meet with the chief and answer questions that weren't answered from the last presentation. So anything I present or anything I say is answering a question that wasn't answered from the last time the proposal was given. So in the last time it was stated, would the employees, if they moved over to Lake County, get paid less? And the council was told yes. And this chart shows you the actual salaries of our current people, except the two supervisors, and what they would be projected to make going to Lake County, based on the schedule that they gave us.
Yes, sir. In my presentation, I stated the same. There's an obvious financial increase.
It's a question that was asked, the question is answered. What we're paying and what they're getting. So there would be a substantial increase for them to move to Lake County. Could you move to the next? Okay. Now this one, it was asked if we ever asked anybody if they were satisfied with the service. You can see in this chart that we asked everyone if they were satisfied with the service, and they all said they were. And you can look through the counties, and you can see how much each county pays for the service that they're getting from Lake County. Could you scroll down, please? That's good right there. Some cities in Lake County pay nothing for the Lake County service. They're grandfathered in because they've always were on the dispatch service. Anywhere where you see a number is a contract, and a contract is negotiated. It's not forced on you, it's negotiated. If you can see that, if you can go back up to the top, we're the third city in the population listed here. And you can see if we get to Clermont's size, the cost to the city would still only be $612,000. It's an important number to know. If we double in size, that's what it's going to cost us. Still less than what it's costing us now. Okay. The information that was presented to the council as far as the Lake County, it was the 2005.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't the 2006. Which the one you were quoting numbers off in the presentation.
I was quoting you numbers from the proposal that was presented by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, sir. This is not my proposal, this is not my recommendation.
No, the proposal that was given to us in May 22 of 26.
Yes, sir.
Right, but the one you gave to the council was May 22 of 25. So the information was not the same. You were quoting from the new one.
No, sir. When we were asked to provide this year's revised proposal, the email clearly states it's a revised proposal.
Okay. Just clarifying that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's see. Since 2023, the Lake County Service has not increased that $12 fee. That's when they instituted the $12 fee. And they haven't increased it since. They have, though, increased the pay of everybody in that division by 13.9%. But they didn't increase the fee. There was a question of what happens if they increase the fee. So
I would speculate that that's because the population increased for those municipalities, so the overall contractual price would have increased.
yes, that is true. But the question was asked, and the one I'm answering is, what if they decide to change the $12 fee? Well, they didn't when they increased the salaries by 13%, so that's a good indication that they don't willy-nilly change the fee. And if they do change the fee, we'll have to deal with it when they do. Let's see. Over 10 years, what would the savings be to the city if we moved them over to Lake County?
You would have to do the math. I guesstimate it's a $600,000 savings this year.
So over 10 years, it would be close to like $6.4 million.
Possibly.
Okay. Let's see. When we had a conversation, you said that you felt that Lake County could perform the services to what Groveland needed.
No, sir, that's not what I stated to you.
Okay, could you repeat what you said to me then?
What I stated to you was that I felt that the Lake County Sheriff's Office could provide adequate dispatch services, meaning our response times and so forth would not change from the time they were dispatched until the time they arrive. But from the time that call is given to a call taker and until the time that gets to a dispatcher and until that time is sent to the officer, there would be a decrease in, a diminish in service and response.
That's basically what I just said. I didn't add words, okay? That's basically what you just said. I also asked you if there was any way that you could find any type of savings in your budget.
And my response was no, sir. I actually think these men and women the next year should actually see a 7% increase just to bring them in line with what we have going on around us.
Okay. And let's see. And your personal opinion that I asked you to give me was what?
I'm sorry?
Your personal opinion about doing this.
Yes, sir. It is the council's position to make policy in such a matter, and my position as a director to execute that.
Well, your personal opinion was that you preferred to keep the dispatchers in-house.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I was getting at. In other words, I gave you the opportunity to give me your personal opinion. You did. And I'm telling everybody what it is that you personally would rather keep the dispatchers in-house.
I think that's obvious. Yes, sir.
Okay. This isn't a grilling. This is just everybody can know what we discussed. That's all we're doing here. Okay? Okay, I believe those answers all the questions that were open from the 2025 August.
Thank you
Mr. Mayor.
very much. Amy Jo?
Okay. I don't really have any questions. I just have some statements to make.
Yes, ma'am.
So the nationwide average of tenure in any dispatch center is 1 to 2 years. Our average tenure is 5.5 years, and that takes into account 2 employees that have been there a month. So I'd say people are staying for a very long time considering what they do for a living. And perhaps we could lower our turnover rate even more if we didn't have this conversation every year. Because if I had a job, and pretty much any job, and every year I had to worry about if I was going to have my job again next year, I would probably find somewhere else to work. So a lot of respect for you guys for hanging in there and staying, because every year we have this conversation, and I know that that has to provide a lot of stress for you. And I did have a question. Actually, I thought I didn't, but I want to know who we asked to see if they're satisfied for each city. So I'll come back to that in a minute. So, go ahead.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute.
Okay.
All right, Stephen?
Yeah, I didn't have any direct questions. My only comment would be, the numbers are great, it's just we're not comparing apples to apples. We are still going to have some type of answering service, because the city with natural charm can't just go dark when business hours are over. So what does that mean? That means at least 3 people if you're doing holidays, time off, different things, and then
You got to cover weekends.
5, yeah. And then you have to also have some type of apparatus or call center equipment that we would then be giving to the county. So those would be my only comments.
Ms. Mayor?
I believe that not every move is transactional. I believe that some are relational, if there is such a word. This is not a yay or nay vote, but when you start talking about uprooting, uplifting, turning over this, that, and the other, it is quite concerning. So I applaud you all for hanging in there. I look at this as the same as like trying to move the police and public safety under Lake County. So you guys hang in there, hang tough. It's going to be all good.
Amy Jo?
I had a quick question. Mike, for the report satisfied with, who did you ask in each city if they were satisfied with the service? Oh,
City
Tim.
manager's office reached out to the other city managers in the other cities. It wasn't an exhaustive survey. It was simply just asked, are they satisfied with the services? And
Okay.
that's what the city managers
So we
responded with.
asked the city manager.
Correct. It wasn't asked for residents or the police
I
department
don't feel like
chief.
that gives you the best. Yeah, I feel like that maybe doesn't give you the best insight into how happy they actually are with the service. And I did have one more point really quick that I missed. We say all the time that we need to stop outsourcing things. So maybe don't outsource things. Good, I'm done.
Okay. I just have a few questions because this is a discussion to get information.
Yes, sir.
The way that this system is set up today, can our dispatchers talk to EMS and no? Can they talk to fire? Can you talk back and forth to the different emergency, and hey, it's just, I watch a lot of TV, and so that's all I got, but
there's a big misconception that Lake County Sheriff's Office dispatches for fire rescue and EMS, and that's completely incorrect. Fire rescue is its own entity. Both Groveland Police Department and Lake County Sheriff's Office each gets a medical call, and we both have to transfer it out to fire rescue. And then they have their separate set of dispatchers that sends them out to medical calls. We can communicate with each other via phone or radio, but Lake County Sheriff's Office does not dispatch fire and EMS. And on top of that, Lake County Sheriff's Office actually leases their space from fire rescue. Fire rescue is in possession of that area, not them.
So stick with me. So you can still call them on a radio?
Yes, because it makes it obviously much faster. Press a button, I'm able to communicate that while still on the phone with someone else.
And is that EMS too?
Fire rescue does EMS and fire.
Okay, both. Okay.
They do both together.
Do we know the response times? I'm just trying to get some figures.
And here's the thing as well, is for every single medical call that we get, we actually stay landline with it. We document every part of it, and we actually let our road supervisor, or if we know that it's something where it's literal life or death, baby's not breathing, anything of the such, we're already dispatching an officer out to that house because they're going to get there significantly faster and provide life-saving measures before fire or EMS even get there. Next ones to show up is the fire department. And then after that, depending on where they're located, EMS comes and follows.
Gotcha. Chief, I just want to be clear, this is, you're not recommending this, is that true?
No, sir, I never would.
Okay. Calls across. Let me just go through my notes real quick. I think talking across the disciplines, and how do we get the response times? When somebody switches over from one, we have a lot of different examples here that maybe we went to the city managers instead of their chief of police or somebody, but how can we tell if we're diminishing service based on the transfer to the county? Like when these days, if it took, somebody said 3 minutes or can be life or death and all this, how can we quantify? Is there any way to quantify that? Are those statistics held by anybody?
Well, I'd be interested in maybe providing you a response time comparison. Let's use a city that currently uses a county that is comparable to us, both size of police department as well as in nature. That would probably be what, Mount Dora?
Yeah.
So I'll be happy to maybe get that data for you to see what their average response time is in relation.
Yeah, I just worry. I was trying to find somebody that just recently switched over to find out what it was before and after, because we are 34,000 acres.
Yeah, and that's
It's a
very
little
true.
bit different animal than Mount
With the
Dora.
water mass in between.
Yeah. And I was just trying to find if there was some way that we could get that, because that's concrete information. We have a lot of speculation. I just like to, because if it doesn't improve the service, it's a no-brainer there, okay?
But just be mindful of those cities that have recently switched over, such as Eustis last year.
Yeah.
I believe they had switched over. Their city, like you said, is much more condensed, right? Groveland's probably the biggest city within the county, and certainly maybe even the region.
Yeah, 2.5 times
Land-wise.
the size of Manhattan. I use that in my speech all the time. Am I clear that they won't take all of our people? I heard that it might not happen, it will happen, or it won't happen.
They themselves, Captain McCain, has stated that each one of them would be afforded the opportunity to apply and go through the process of being hired. There may be some, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I'm pretty confident there's some that simply won't apply. They just choose not to go work for Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And then what would we do? What would we do with the ones that don't want to apply?
We'd have to discuss that with HR and figure out some backup options for placement. We could look at possibly recasting and looking at other openings here with Groveland, if there's any other job openings.
Hey, and the big one here I have is retirement.
Yes, sir.
They lose their retirement?
So their 457B would be froze. They're obviously vested. It's not going anywhere. So what money they have accumulated stays, right? But then they would go into line with the sheriff's office, which I believe they're in the FRS on the civilian side, which is about a 1.6 multiplier, I think.
Okay, so, but they keep what they have, and they would
They
keep
keep their
going.
457.
Do they have to get vested again? I mean, when they
Yes, for
move?
sure.
So they have to, if they leave after a certain time, they lose whatever they've got there to
Oh,
get vested?
absolutely. So just looking at it on the high-risk side of things, you know, it's an 8-year pension side, you have to do 8 years to be vested, or it's the investment side, you have the option of going into either, and it's a 1 year before you're vested rather.
That's all the questions I have. Any further discussion up here? No? Seeing no further discussion, thank you so much for all the time. I'm sorry we took so much of your time today, but thank you.
Mayor, we have public comment.
On discussion?
We have public comment on this item.
Yeah, usually we don't have it on discussion, but if we have one, 5 minutes or two.
You're not required to have.
No, we don't ever, but that's okay.
I would probably take it since they've already filled it out.
Yeah. Go ahead, call them up. If they filled it out, let's go ahead and call them.
Your discretion, Mayor.
We should have said that up front, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go ahead. I don't want to cut it because they might have been waiting from the last time that they didn't get up for public input. And now we don't have public input at the end for them to get back up. So I think we've got to take it.
So you
We have
want to
nowhere
move
for them to go.
forward?
Yeah, take it. Let's go.
You want to move forward?
Yes,
then?
ma'am.
Okay. Alejandro Balladares. Chris Walker.
Chris Walker, Urban Bend Drive, 304. Quick question. So do we have we have two communication systems, dispatch systems?
No, we have I shouldn't answer that. Some of them should answer, but we have police and then fire comes out of the county and police comes from us.
Correct.
Okay, so is having two systems the best interests of the taxpayers? Since we're continually talking about budgets and stuff, money we don't have for this and that and the other, at some point, we have to make decisions that's best on behalf of the city, not because of longevity or someone's been here this long or that long, or we get that. But at the end of the day, you're here to make sure financially that not just today, but a year, 5 years, 10 years from now, that we can pay for this. And if we can save $6 million, what I heard, I don't know why we're even having this discussion, and why do we need two systems?
There's two either way. Whether we switch or not, there's still two. They're not going to be one either way.
Okay, but which way would save us money, Councilman Carroll? Which way would save us money, since you don't know?
If we're talking about money,
Which one would
yes,
save
that
us
would
money?
be if we went with the Lake County Sheriff's Office proposal.
So
But what's the price tag on a life?
we're not here to talk about just a life. You're here to deal with our budget, not relationships, not, hey, this is what you're here for. This is what you're here for. If you all know, common sense-wise, that it would benefit the taxpayers and the citizens of Groveland by taking the services to Lake County, why are we even having an hour discussion on this subject? You just said that, you just gave the answer, that it would benefit the city of Groveland
Financially.
financially.
I think I think I know where you're coming from. I think what we need is a comparison on time. We need to know that the services are going to be exactly the same before we can go any further, or very close. I mean, because it's going to be very hard for anybody to go back to the city and to our constituents and say, we're going to add 3 minutes or 4 minutes on to this. It'll be a problem. We have to really have, and we don't have that information. We have information from the city managers. We need concrete, and there's got to be somewhere call records on before and after what happened so that we can take a look at that. That's why we're having the discussion, so we can ask the city manager and people to go out and get that information, so that when we really sit down, we can have it and take a look at it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because I think we should have all the information in front of us to make a sound decision and get also information from other cities that deal with Lake County Sheriff. Thank you.
Correct. Thank you very much.
Dina Sweat.
Dina Sweat, Green Valley West, Groveland. I have served on the council for 10 years, from 2014 to 2024. We have been through this same thing 7 times. And all 7 times, it was thrown into the trash can, and we left dispatch alone, and now we're going through it again. The biggest question is why? All because one council member is ill-content with the dispatch. Personally, when my mother was still alive, I called them quite a few times. The biggest time was when I thought she was going to die. And they kept me calm. They kept me on the phone until whoever needed to get there got there. And then in another instance, I was with a friend of mine when her mother did have a heart attack, and we had to call 911, and it was Lake County. They did not care of anything. After she said, we'll let them know, when she hung up. Personally, I like it when dispatch says, keep your calm, stay on the phone with me till the police, fire, whoever gets there, and then they can take care of the problem. But going through this all the time is ridiculous. We need dispatch, we need the fire, we need the police department. If we get rid of them, we are no longer the city of natural charm. And I have had many people talk to me about this, and all I can say is go to the city meetings and vent your problems, or vent your whatever you want to vent. Just let them know how you feel about it. But we do not need to get rid of dispatch. We do not need to get rid of the police or the fire. That's what makes Groveland have the natural charm that it has. Otherwise, we may as well just close up shop and join Claremont and just become one big city. But right now, we are a city of our own, and we are going to grow no matter what. So all this problem needs to be resolved, and we need to keep dispatch, fire, and the police. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy Nussbaumer.
Jimmy Nussbaumer, 11612 State Road 33, Groveland. First of all, I'd like to say thank you all for a great celebration of America 250 this year. It was awesome. Thank you. So when I got to thinking about this, of course, I always like to look at the big picture of things. I don't like to look at just one part of it. So I broke it down really into 3 different categories. I feel like the dispatch is a little bit different than just a regular business. I feel like you got quality of life, our public safety, and of course, what brought you to this is our fiscal financial responsibility. I thought it was kind of interesting how, when I looked around earlier, how it brought back a lot of memories. I graduated from Groveland High School. Officer Rigdon that was here, he may or may not have pulled me over back then, and he's still here. I've had the privilege of watching Michael Ridge grow up playing ball to turn out to be an outstanding Groveland firefighter. I say that because it brings back quality of life. Who you know, who knows you, where you're at, what goes on, the responses that you get from having local people be able to do that. Break it back down to public safety, in my opinion. A lot of this stuff has already been brought up, but I'm going to respond to it. Response time is a big thing. And the chief has explained to you how that you would have a call person and then respond to the county, would have it sent over to a dispatch to determine who gets what. When you have a local dispatcher, that person's taking the call, they're making the determination exactly who to go. At the same time, they are dispatching a police officer. I mean, every one of us here have had seen it or been involved in a response. We know the police department shows up regardless if it's a medical issue or whatever. We get people responding. Then we're talking about public safety, how fast they respond and what happens. The second thing that I've thought about is availability to run to a police station in the case of emergency. You got road rage, you got somebody pulling a gun on you, you don't have your cell phone, you just panic, you're on Groveland. Where are you going to go? I'm going to go to the police station. One, for deterrence. Two, I'm going to find somebody. We've got somebody there that's monitoring the cameras, knows somebody's at the door, knows you're in the parking lot, knows you're being followed by somebody. It gives you some more public safety more than just having. Those dispatchers are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that gives us, when you don't think about that thing, that's where I'm going. The dispatchers also, the local dispatchers also know the land. If you're in a problem and you say, I'm behind the Elise Tomlin Center, they know where I'm at, right? I can tell you that the dispatchers at Lake County have a very hard time knowing where they're going and where they're sending the people to. If I'm shook up and I can't tell you my address, but I can tell you what the local landmark is, they're going to be able to find me. They're going to be able to get somebody there to help me in a case of emergency. So these are some things that really think about public safety. Now, of course, you guys have a hard job, and I appreciate the fact that we're thinking about ways to save money for the city. So I understand it. It's a tough decision. One of the things that you do have to keep in consideration is if the sheriff takes over, the minute that they need more money, they're in a financial budget, your price is going up. You got no say-so in it. You're not going to spend $10 million to go back buy new equipment to get out from under them. They're going to raise the price. That's just the way it works. You all know it. They got a monopoly. They got you. They're going to raise the price. There's nobody, you're not going to have any control over that, any decision-making whatsoever. It's going to cost the citizens and taxpayers more money. And that's going to happen within, as soon as your first contract's over, it's going up. That's just life. That's the way it will happen. So that takes away the ability also for the citizens to be able to come up to you and say, hey, I got a problem with a dispatch. I got a problem with response time. I got a problem with what's going on for my citizens and habitability. So that takes away that part of the, there's still more financial responsibility. Another idea about, I heard saving money. I thought, I'm a business guy, so how do you make it more business friendly? I don't know. The sheriff is trying to make more money for himself and do it. He's taken over all of the communities. So in business, you either cut your cost or you raise your revenues, right? Maybe the city should consider looking at taking dispatch over for some of the neighboring municipalities. Let's go to them and say, hey, we'll take it over and we'll do it. It brings our revenues up. It brings our ability to take over more things. There's some other ideas out there that I think that would help the city. I think this brought it up. Like I said, I appreciate the discussion, and those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you.
Shane Mowry.
Hello, I was actually supposed to talk the first time. I just kind of got shoved in the back here. Well, to answer your question about dispatch and how they're doing both, I'm going to answer that for you. Dispatch, yes, if an emergency call comes in, they're going to say, okay, well, I'm going to transfer you to EMS. They're still on the phone with them, right? So then they're calling me, hey, we got a guy with a heart attack. Okay, where's he at? He's over here. We get there with an AED. Most of the times they're in, cardiac event. The quick introduction of an AED saves their life, right? We're there 5, 6, 7 minutes before fire department, 10 minutes before EMS. So how much is your life worth? Is it worth $600,000? I think mine is. So how much is one person's life worth, Mayor? Really? I mean, you can't put a price tag on somebody's life. You can't put a price tag on family. I've been here 27 years. I am the eldest here. Been here longer than anybody else, longer than half of these mayors, longer than all of you guys. The reason I left Volusia County and came to Groveland is because I started in Groveland, left Groveland, went to Volusia because I wanted bigger and better. I wanted to be the county. Didn't work out. When I went there, I was just a number. I left and came back here because we had a family, because my chief bought my 9-year-old son a Christmas present. You can't put a price tag on it. You're talking about family. You can't put a price tag on family. I mean, I live in Bushnell. I lived in Bushnell when we lost our police department. Now, be mindful, Bushnell is the hub of the whole county. The sheriff's office is in Bushnell. We went from a 3-minute response time with the Bushnell PD to a 15-minute response time with Sumter County Sheriff's Office. That's a huge gap. Now, be mindful if you're having a cardiac, let's say your mom stabbed your dad. Dad's dying there, right? EMS will get there, but they're going to stage. They're going to wait for the PD to show up to make sure everything's safe because these guys don't have guns. So we're going to get there and make sure everything's safe. Then they can come save this person's life. You guys aren't using your head. You look like intelligent people. Use your head. We're not doing this because you pay me a lot of money, because you really, really don't. I've missed birthdays. I've missed Christmases. I've missed everything. Mr. Daycock, I've missed my family growing up to serve these people. Can't put a price tag on that. And I did that because I love these people, and these people love us. You can't buy that. You can't, let's X-dispatch, let's do this, let's do that, save $600,000. Big deal, it's money. Find it somewhere else. Maybe have less concerts. Or like he said, Ms. Nussbaum, why don't we dispatch for Claremont? Why don't we dispatch for Sumter, anywhere, Mascot? There's other avenues that we can reach out to gain income that you guys haven't even thought about. I mean, you get upset, you're like, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this. That's not how life is. Imagine if everybody did what you're doing here. The world would be a really, really, really bad place. I've outlived 17 councils. I've outlived many, 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 many mayors. I'm going to outlive you guys. Really, really, it's going to happen. You're not going to disband the police department because the citizens aren't going to let you. And if you do, you're going to get elected out, and it's just going to cost a lot more money to bring us back. And not to mention, you're probably going to get sued for wrongful termination. Personally. I've been here too long. Dispatchers, yeah, they're going to lose their retirement. They're going to have to go to a whole new state retirement. They're going to have to work, the people work 10 years. They're going to have to work another 10 or 15 years just to get vested. 30 to retire. It's not fair. I've got nothing else to say to you guys. Have a good night. God bless.
Tim Loucks.
Mayor Council, Tim Loucks, 63 Neptune Drive, Groveland. We've heard a lot of information tonight. I want to bring back a little history that I've had. 2011 and 12, we had a mayor brought this very subject up. I'm not going to mention his name. It tore this city into pieces. It tore our police department into pieces, our dispatch. We voted it down, of course. Time went on, it was brought up, and it was brought up. I think as Mrs. Sweat said, I believe it was a total of 7 times that this matter was brought up. I don't understand for the life of me why when the Groveland City Council and City Manager predict a shortfall in revenues, we immediately go to the dispatch department first, then we attack the police department, then we attack the fire department. If we're going to sub out all of our critical departments, which those 3 are the most critical, why don't we sub out community development? Why don't we just sub out Parks and Recs? Why don't we just sub out the whole city, and then you guys can just sit up there once a year and sign a new contract? The point of a city is to have a combined service of utilities, police, fire, EMS, and a dispatch, and a city council that cares about the people. When I was in office, I did everything in my ability to serve with compassion for the people. That's who elected me. That's who put me in office to do that. Were all of the decisions that we made during my tenure financially secure? No, they weren't. Tell you firsthand, they were not. But they were tailored to serve the people's requests and to serve what they wanted, not to act like a gigantic corporation like Walt Disney World or Reedy Creek Improvement District or SeaWorld or the United States government. Let's please not fall into that corporate world that we all, Mr. Mayor, you and I both, escaped. Let's keep our city small. Let's take care of the people. We made mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. Please don't make this one. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Alan Joyce.
Good evening, Alan Joyce, 17250 Heavens View Way, Groveland Utility District. You have another big decision. It's tough to hear all these things because there's good opposing views on both sides, and you're stuck with a major budget issue with debt, and you got to try to split the baby and make the best decision. And hearing about response times and stuff like that, something you might want to consider as this moves forward is the CAD system with Lake County most likely is standard guided by the standards of APCO, which will give you your call processing time. And if you get with someone with the county, they'll be able to give you call processing time, not just dispatch time, travel time, but processing time. We did that City of Miami back in the day when I was fire rescue. If you have that information, I also encourage you to get the best spokesperson for Lake County Sheriff's Office standing right here, and you grill them, and you ask them the tough questions. And that way you get the best answer you can get from them, and maybe they'll have best practice cities that work great, or maybe they'll have a smoke screen and you'll see it, but at least you'll have a good outcome from that so that every year the dispatchers don't have to keep going through this nightmare scenario of we're going to lose our job or not, or transfer or whatever. Just my advice to you doing that. Thank you, though.
Thank you. And that concludes, I appreciate everybody's time on that, and it's a lot of good information, and we have a list that we'll go over, Mr. City Manager, on what needs to come out of this based on the notes that we have. Now we will move on to new business. In new business, we have several items that we put down on new business. The first one would be category C, or number C, consideration of approval resolution 2026-30, contract price amendment with the City of Groveland and Tavares Group. I had asked that to be pulled. I asked that to be pulled because the numbers are over $3 million. I'd really like to know, I've called you, how we can get together. I'm kind of a memory maybe lapse, but I remember in last year's budget, we said we had $750,000 in grants, and then we approved another $750,000 for the stormwater, but now it's $3 million, and I just want to know where that is. Also, when I looked at the contract, there's a lot of, who negotiated that contract? Who negotiated the contract for the City of Groveland and this Traverse Group?
With Traverse, it's been a multiple staff members. It started with procurement, finance at one point, Brenda Toscano in capital improvements, then became their CRA manager. There's been probably at least 5 people involved with the city.
I want somebody to go through it because there's some really peculiarities in there, like any discounts they receive on product, on materials, they get to keep. but then they're charging us 10% on contingency fees. I mean, the thing is not balanced. It's a pretty one-way street. And I'll give you my notes, but I don't think we need to take up anybody else's time unless they had a question on that particular. That's our stormwater and stuff going in down here on Lake Avenue. If anybody else doesn't, we can move on, and I can give you, can we table it?
Yep, I would just move to table resolution 2026-30.
Second that.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, would you like to have a presentation on it before tabling, or would you like to just move
On the
forward?
Traverse Group or down here on the agenda item resolution relating to Department of Environmental Protection? Are you Traverse Group too?
I'm concerned about what I'm hearing, sir. Yes, sir. I'm speaking
Okay.
up as staff needs to do.
All right. Yes, sir.
It's a design-build contract that goes back to last year, has a very specific process. Design has been complete for some time. We've gotten multiple questions to staff as to why is this project not already under construction. It's because of the CDBG grant that's attached to it. We couldn't do anything until Florida Commerce cleared it environmentally. So what your action is tonight, and Frank is our CRA manager is here to provide the presentation Mr. Maslow mentioned, but I'm getting up because they're supposed to start construction tomorrow. It's a guaranteed maximum price decision by the council tonight. You've got 3 funding sources. You've got the stormwater grant that I've been working on for 4 years. You've got the CDBG grant that Frank's in charge of, and you've got CRA funds. So if we need to tell Traverse, stand down, and we'll extend your schedule into the new year, I just want to make sure that those implications were understood.
Well, I just would like to understand why we're getting the contract to be approved tonight, and we're going through the contract, and there's some questions in there, some serious questions on how it was negotiated, and we're starting, it seems to, Mr. City Manager, it seems to be all the time, whether it's budgets or other thing, we get up to the final minute, and if we do not pass it, something happens. Now, this has been postponed 4 times, I think, 3 or 4 times already for different things. And all through that, I don't know when the city got the contract that's here to go through, you know, but there's some things in here that need to be answered. You know, and I don't know if we want to put this to the end of the agenda and go over it at the end of it, because there's some things, I've got them outlined here, but I don't see somebody getting a discount on materials and they're doing a bid and they get to keep 100% of it and then have a 10% contingency fund on $3 million? I mean, I just want
Mr.
to...
Mayor, it's totally up to you and the rest of the council. If you'd like to hear the slideshow that Frank and his team
I
put
don't want to
together.
keep everybody here, but we'll stay after just with us, and if they want to stay, fine, but we need to go through, let's get through the other things that we have on the agenda, and then we can come back to this, if that's all right with everybody. Next resolution, did we pass the table?
I'll just withdraw the motion, and then we'll reevaluate it at the end.
Okay, Resolution D, Resolution 2026-34, Emergency Disaster Compensation Policy. Do we have a presentation on that?
We do have Dio, our HR director, who could speak to that, along with Chief Eric Thiemann, who's also our emergency response commander.
Mayor, council members, thanks for the opportunity to present. Before you is a disaster emergency compensation policy. This policy was developed in conjunction with finance and as well as public safety. The premise behind it is to clearly define how employees are compensated during periods of storms, emergency, a natural disaster, et cetera. Part of this came out of a review process we did last year in trying to get reimbursement from FEMA. So some of these recommendations came forth for us to modify an existing policy we have and to bring to council for them to approve said policy. So in the policy, there's clearly compensation structures that are outlined. For example, if you are has to be in the EOC during an emergency operation. You'll get 2 times your pay. And if you're not, and you're just on standby, it's time and a half. So those are just some of the clarity that we have included in this specific policy.
If, I had a question, if nobody else has one. Do we define how long that will go on? If we have an emergency, maybe you need help, if we have an emergency, say a building burns down, and we decide we don't want to rebuild it because we're doing it somewhere else, I'm sorry, but that we're doing it somewhere else, is there a time limit on how long that these salaries can go on when there's emergency issues? The way I read it, it can hold together when something catastrophic happens and nobody can do anything, we're still paying them, right? And so is there some time limit? Is there something that you put on that to make sure it doesn't go on forever?
No, it's whenever we activate the EOC and whenever that deactivation happens, the emergency period ends. So for example, if the governor declares a state of emergency and then subsequently that state of emergency is lifted, we follow and concur with that, as well as with Lake County for emergency operations.
So this doesn't, this emergency disaster compensation does not flow into anything else than EOC?
Yeah, this is mostly for storm-related, tornadoes, things of that nature.
Only people working in EOC?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
And we determine, the city is the one who's declaring the emergency.
Correct.
I have a question.
We typically look to the state and then the county also in terms of their emergency declarations. We very rarely take action before the state and the county.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor, you say?
Mr. Mayor, just like you said
Leo,
before.
did I understand you to say that finance, fire, and yourself put this together? In terms of the finance part of it, we have a chief financial officer coming on, in less than, I don't know, a week? Wouldn't it make sense to have him involved in this?
Yes and no. I think it's a blanketed policy, more related to, storm-related activities or reimbursement, FEMA. It is something that we really need to have in place before we can get any type of reimbursements.
And 7 days will make a difference?
It will not. I mean, we can definitely defer to the city manager and.
You can always continue it to the July 20th meeting. We are in hurricane season. There's a chance there might be a storm.
Unless there's a hurricane between.
June 1st was the start of hurricane season. This is a recommendation received from FEMA to have a blanket policy in place should the state, county, and ultimately the city emerge.
I'm just asking
declare.
because when I heard finance, something went ding, 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 ding. You got a CFO coming on. Now, as sure as I say that, there might be a hurricane coming tomorrow, but I'm just talking about what I'm talking about, so just a question.
Jay Cox?
Why wasn't this policy brought up in a workshop before this? It was only presented to us when it got submitted on Thursday. And again, back to what the mayor said, you keep dropping things on us. This has a financial impact to the city, and you don't mention that anywhere. You don't say anything about what it's going to cost. You got exempt employees and non-exempt employees, but you have no definitions to tell us who's exempt and who's not exempt. You don't tell us how many people this is going to impact, how many people it might impact us or might impact the budget. You got a lot more work to do with this policy. This policy isn't flushed out.
Council member, every event is different. There's no telling, we can have a small event and we can have a large event. So it's really difficult to forecast what it may cost or a particular storm or a hurricane, et cetera, or the length of time or period, et cetera. No, just so you know, this policy was approved by a former city manager it was never brought to council before. So we're trying to bring this policy to council today so that, A, we are compliant with any type of regulatory requirements whenever we file for any type of reimbursement from the state.
I understand all that, but you need to define what non-exempt employees, one of the exempt employees, and how many people are supposed to be staffed in the center when we declare an emergency. If you say there's going to be 5 people in there, then we know how much it's going to be an hour based on the 5 people who are in there, as long as we keep it going. But you haven't defined any of that. You have to define that. It has to be in the policy.
That is something we don't really know truly, and Chief Thiemann is here. I'm not sure if he's still here, but he can attest to that. That determination is really made on the spot. They don't have a set number of people in EOC at any particular time. It really depends on the event that's happening.
That's a more operational. The policy is who we pay, and what I understand from him saying that it was already used, they were doing it anyway. Is that correct? We're doing this policy anyway.
Yes.
We've been doing it for how long?
We have to pay them anyways. It's just, this will allow us to get reimbursed through FEMA.
Correct.
So you use FEMA as a guideline to develop this policy?
Again, we've talked to our EOC operations person, Chief Thiemann. We've talked to other municipalities. We've talked to our finance, make sure that we have guidelines that are contained here that would allow us to have a robust policy.
But back to what we've already used in the policy. We've been using it for how long?
It's been in place for, I think, about a year or so, a little more than a year.
Through any disasters? No?
We've had, 1 year, which was not last year, previous year, where we've done some filings to get reimbursements.
I hate to put you on the spot. Chief, can you help us here a little bit?
I got you, buddy. Just to be clear, the policy, so the city has been paying for people. We got skunked last year in terms of hurricanes, so we never activated the EOC. We didn't have any disasters locally. The year before, with Milton and Helene, Milton, we upstaffed our EOC. We had additional other city employees on standby, also to run heavy equipment and for our initial efforts after any damage that came from the storm. So, of course, we've been paying those people. What drove this was a couple of things. People that work in the EOC, if you've read, the people that are required, non-exempt employees that are required to work in the EOC, they get paid double pay. And that was no one wants to be locked into an EOC when your family and your children or your elderly parents or your pets are taking the beating while you're nice and safe in the air conditioning being fed well. And so that was to try and incentivize people to be able to work in there and compensate them appropriately for the time that they were working, maybe 24 hours. I know I stayed awake for 38 hours. A lot of us did. We worked well beyond that. And then another part was we actually deployed a fire engine and a crew up north as part of the statewide emergency response plan. Us and other agencies in Lake County committed a crew and a fire truck to go assist heavily damaged areas. And so how do we pay them? We didn't have a policy that says, well, they're gone for 24 hours. They're not at home and they're in a uniform and they're in a fire truck. They should be paid for all the time that they're not in the city of Groveland as part of that deployment until they return. And so that's how they were paid. One of the problems was, one of the FEMA requirements was FEMA says you have to have a pay policy in place to show us that you're following your pay policy. So that was another component of this policy that came up. Again, going forward, we talk about a disaster. Could we have a local disaster? We could have a tornado come through, tear through a couple of neighborhoods, a 2-mile swath of destroyed homes. We would have a local emergency. So, of course, Lake County would declare a state of emergency in Lake County. We may even get a state-level declaration for the county. And then we would do one in Groveland here, a local declaration of emergency. That lasts for 7 days. And so mostly the wages that are spent during a disaster are wages that were paid for storm preparation or disaster preparation and recovery. And usually that tapers off after recovery ends, after the immediate disaster threat ends. So the lack of policy, a hard policy to refer to when requesting reimbursement from FEMA, this now provides us the structure to do it. I know DO used some language in this policy from another municipality. It's not far-fetched. It's not a very complicated policy. I mean, we know what an exempt and a non-exempt employee is. It's very clear people that are exempt and non-exempt, they know who they are and how they'll get paid when this is approved. So this is something that needs to be put into place. And if you want additional revisions or changes to it, so be it. But I would suggest sooner rather than later. I hear what you're saying about a CFO coming in and reviewing that. It would be appropriate to do so. But there's nothing to say we can't approve this now or soon and make revisions under the auspices of the new CFO. So I hope that helps clarify some things.
Yeah, we need something approved, so I'm comfortable making the motion. Just like if I'm FEMA, what FEMA's trying to do on a nationwide way is to make sure that some cities or counties are not paying their employees 5 times the time only when they know that they're going to be reimbursed by FEMA. Then when they're not being reimbursed by FEMA, they are paying them at double the time or time and a half. So I'm comfortable with this, and we can always send it over to the new CFO too and have them look it over after it's passed. But I would move to approve Resolution 2026-34.
I'll second. I like being reimbursed.
I would like to have it added that with the modification, that the CFO has the ability to review and change as necessary.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
So we have a first, second, a revision? Yep. Let's get the revision. Okay.
We do have a public comment. Chris Walker? Yes, okay. Councilmember Solkowski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll?
Aye.
Councilmember Jay Cox?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaines?
Aye.
Mayor Kehoe?
Aye. Moving on to new business, number E, Resolution 2026-37, relating to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, FDEP State Revolving Fund, adoption of Clean Water Facilities Plan, Groveland Utilities North Water Reclamation Facility dated June 30th, 2026, prepared by Woodard and Curran for the implementation of wastewater system improvements.
Mayor, Council, TJ Fish, Director of Transportation Public Works. Couple of pieces of background important, several pieces of background. First of all, this was previewed to you at the Utilities Budget Workshop in June, so there should be no surprises. This is before you tonight. You did not have a meeting, the second meeting in June on the 15th. Therefore, tonight it's now time critical. The hearing that DEP has for funding is in August on the 18th. Your action tonight has been advertised for public hearing. This has a little bit of gravity to it. So this is an advertised clean water facilities plan that the public is required to be invited to comment on. I will be sharing the agenda and the minutes from this meeting with DEP in order for our eligibility for funding to remain intact. And so as I walk through this, I want to be real clear. The action tonight does not financially obligate the city of Groveland in any way. So let's get that out of the way and get into what we're actually doing. The planning effort to put this plan together is 100% grant funded. So this has cost the city of Groveland $0. This is funded through a supplemental appropriations grant that was tied to Hurricane Ian that did in fact have impacts on the city of Groveland. So with that said, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has paid for this planning effort. This particular planning document involves a facility that has not yet been built. Now, if you recall, I gave you a little bit of information at that budget workshop that there is what we call the SAFI grant, S-A-H-F-I, and that stands for Supplemental Appropriations for Hurricanes Fiona and Ian. We still have a clean water grant that the city has been awarded. The problem is they told us, sorry, you can't use it towards your new facility, but you can use it for your existing system. So while this effort for the new facility is before you tonight, there's a separate planning and engineering effort to address accessing the grant dollars for that SOFI grant, and that's a separate topic for another meeting. So tonight, I'm only going to show you what's required so that we can send this tomorrow to DEP and stay on the August hearing for funding. We are filing a $9 million request for design funding to engineer the new water reclamation facility, which is a really fancy word or phrase for a wastewater plant that also has reclaimed water. So this is required for us to post. The public participation process is used to explain the project and the financial impacts to the public. The public participation process shall include the project sponsor's public meeting, which is happening right now, held before the project sponsor's acceptance of the planning recommendations, which we are recommending adoption of this plan. The public meeting shall provide for public participation in the evaluation of the project alternatives, which we'll quickly show you, and shall inform the public of the capital cost of the proposed project and the long-term financial impacts on the customers. Notice of the public meeting shall be in accordance with the local requirements of 14 days prior to, whichever is greater. This was advertised as required. As far as the quick presentation, it's a review of what the Clean Water SRF facilities plan is. It gets into the technical and financial aspects, including our CIP needs, the alternatives that were considered, including no build, capital cost of the project, the long-term financial impacts on existing ratepayers, future ratepayers, project schedule, environmental effects. We would ask, as you would on any agenda item, to invite the public comment, have your discussion, and please consider approval of Resolution 2026-37, adopting that facilities plan and providing it formally to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So in developing our capital improvements program and fiscal plan, we've looked at both Sunshine, the existing plant on State Road 19 in the north part of the city, and the needs of the north service area. We are part of the needs evaluating the aging infrastructure at Sunshine. Now, very important, because you're going to ask this again, and let me put it up front. 2 plants in Groveland, both for wastewater, both were evaluated as part of the utility master plan. We came back and said we completely recommend and had the city move forward on invest in the Sampe Southern plant, modernize that plant. You can't do that till you build the new mirror system on site. So that mirror system is going to be complete in about 7 months. Then they will modernize the existing plant. We said the return on investment makes sense. Invest the money in the old plant at Sampe. We did not tell the city council that for the Sunshine plant. There are multiple reasons why we are not recommending to continue to invest significant modernization money on a plant that we really need to be planning to eventually retire. Can't do it anytime soon, but we need to be planning accordingly. So this will provide treatment capacity for current customers and existing commitments. And when I say existing commitments, the city has 2 big categories. Properties that have been annexed and entitled, and some of which have actually been approved for construction, and it's happening. There's your capacity needs. And then there's this agreement with the city of Mascot, and we are managing that best we can at the moment through the Sampe capacity serving the city of Mascot, but those have to be considered as existing commitments. We are incorporating the O&M efficiencies that need to be factored, the fact of what does it take to operate the Sunshine facility, what will it take if we have a 3rd facility. And the big thing is, with all of these projects, we are always looking to improve reliability, having redundant facilities that can be resilient during storm events and other surprises. So the alternatives are very straightforward. It's do nothing. It's also to try to expand the Sunshine and harden that facility. And we're just talking about the wastewater. Don't forget, there's a water plant and a reclaim plant on that same site. And then the 3rd option is pursue a north water reclamation facility as a new modern facility on a greenfield site that you can expand over time, looking forward to the future of Groveland and your long-term needs. So of those, we looked at basically the selected alternative that's being recommended in this Clean Water Facilities Plan is all told with construction cost as well as design and construction administration, about a $95 million project total. The cost to the ratepayer based on the 2024 adopted Raftellus study, and that includes both the rate side of the study and the impact fee side, that capital plan, the adoption recommended that part of how we're going to propose to DEP to even be able to pay back the loans, and bear in mind, it's based on your ability to pay, is we're using not just the rate structure of existing customers, but if you build this new plant, and I can tell you this because Sunshine will still exist, your existing customers today that are connected to Sunshine, okay, they're there. Those existing customers are here. This plant is going to be able to serve the growth, not the growth that people are concerned that might come, but the growth that's already approved and happening in Groveland that you're slowly running out of sewer capacity. So we're really focusing on the development agreements, the prepayment of impact fees, and the ability to make developers as much responsible for the debt service on this facility. The question tonight about approving the facilities plan is not committing you to borrowing $95 million today or this year. The hearing in August will be for DEP to award. And when that award is announced, they will then provide the city of Groveland a funding agreement. And then you get to decide, are we willing to take on the debt for these design-only funds? And then in a later iteration, we'll come back with another action before you of, do you want to borrow the construction dollars? And so first, before we can ever get to how much to borrow for construction, we would have to turn this planning estimate of $95 million into an actual construction estimate. So that's what we're proposing, is to go forward on this and to get it to DEP so that you can qualify. And I'll tell you a little bit more about the design funding and possible grant opportunity in just a moment. There are no known permanent negative impacts associated with the implementation of this alternative to build a new site on a green field that is not in wetlands, that's high and dry, on a stand of pine trees at the moment, not in a floodplain like the Sunshine Plant. Summary of cost, when you see the 95, we've lowered that because we've used numbers, 120 million got thrown out there a few times. The actual estimate for this 1.5 million gallon per day facility is 82 million for construction. Notice the 9,043,760 for the engineering services, which includes the admin, legal, fiscal solutions, the grant and loan administration. And then when we finally get to construction, we would be peeling off 4 million of that for construction admin services. So as far as the ratepayer, as we mentioned before, the study that Raftellus did, the adoption of the recommended development agreement template, and the capacity reservation fee charges, all of these things are being considered either already in development agreements or coming back to you for additional policy changes so that we can make new development pay for as much as legally feasible. So that's how we're getting to revenue sufficiency. It's not just existing customers, but the fact that you have these development obligations all over the north part of the city, including the Bright Hill development, the Villa City PUD that we don't talk about because nobody's trying to develop that property today, the Groveland Square property that sits at 19 and 27 that can't move forward without wastewater capacity, and some other non-residential opportunities at the Commerce Park and along US 27. That's why we're concerned about capacity. So the schedule, planning and design, here we already have moved in June. We got the facility plan drafted for you. Right now, July, we're at the public meeting for public comment to adopt and send this on to DEP. August is the DEP public hearing on, I believe, the 18th. September, DEP will, at that point, be drafting and sending back to us a funding agreement. And then once the funds are in place, there's already been selection of engineering consultants for this project, but we can't put them to work till the funding agreement's executed for those design funds. Then, once all that's done and we come back to you with construction dollars and discussion of what those funds look like, both grants and loans, we're hoping by May of 28 that we're able to get into full construction with a request for inclusion will be submitted to DEP so we can have that loan and hopefully some grant money agreements in 2028 for the construction phase, get that thing kicked off about this time of year, 2 years from now, hopefully finished with a new plant, new capacity, as early as late 2030. That's an optimistic schedule, but very critical to keeping up with the needs. There's just a timeline that's available as part of the plan that shows you between now and the end of 2030 of how we go through design and construction. And this is not a design-build contract that is all one contract together. This would be design first, come back. After that phase, are you comfortable moving into construction and financing of that construction? And then action tonight, consideration via the resolution 2026-37. Again, the SRF loan application will be submitted, and then we will have a loan agreement and execute the contract. We basically have already selected consultants, but those contracts will actually be coming back to you in addition to the funding agreement. So you've got a couple of opportunities as a city council between now and the fall to approve design contracts, approve funding agreement, and gives you the ability to make sure, monitor and evaluate that things are moving the way you expected. Everything I just presented was absolutely required, had to be, all these slides have to be shared with DEP. Thank you for your patience at this late hour. What are your questions?
Resolution to approve the resolution 2026-37.
I'll second.
Did you second?
Huh?
Did you second?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Okay, public comment? Yeah, sure.
Chris Walker.
Chris Walker, 304 Irving Bend Drive. A couple of questions. What is this committing us to financially?
What does it mean financially? Is that what you said?
What is this committing us to financially?
You said nothing, zero, correct? Zero, and forever zero if we don't go forward, right? We'd have to have other votes to go forward. So today, zero.
Right, so I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about 2 months from now, 3 months from now. What is this committing us to financially, and we're already in debt?
If we move forward, it's 95 million plus interest, 104 million. Is that what I read to build out? So, yeah, it's, if we move forward with the plan as shown, yes.
And are we sure we need it now? With our current situation of all of the debts that we have. You know, I just want everybody to think, you know, I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy here, but it's like everything we keep coming up here to talk about, we know we're in debt, we know we don't have money, but yet we're approving things that we can't pay for. And it doesn't make sense. And it's the elected officials that just keep approving things and they know we don't have it. Maybe they don't care because they may not be here 2 years from now in this seat. I don't know. This is not, we're already 100 million in debt. Guys, I don't know how y'all even, do you operate your personal homes like this where you just, you know what? Let's just buy it. We don't care how it's going to get paid. We're not thinking about what's going to happen in Tallahassee if that gets passed in November and you guys lose $6 million or millions of dollars in property taxes, and now we got to raise up the interest rates, we got to raise up the water rates, we got to raise up a lot of stuff to recover this stuff. Are we actually thinking about this? I just want to hear the opinions of the council, starting with Miss Amy Jo Carroll.
Public comment.
Just comment on this. Yeah.
Give his opinions. For him to give his opinions.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it's just part of the policy. What Steve's saying is that we're not really supposed to answer questions on public comment.
Okay, but then as a citizen, can we request a public discussion for cost and capacity that the public can give their full on? Because, yeah, this is a bit much.
That's a yes, that's a yes.
This is part of the concurrency capacity symposium that we've discussed. TJ and I are in the process of scheduling that for later this month, so you have more detail. Again, this is just a prerequisite to help you qualify for any grants through the state, low-interest loans, if you should choose to move forward with it. But there's going to be a much more elaborate, longer workshop item on this.
I understand that, and I think this is the questions everybody's going to ask when they read about it, because they don't know all that. So if we say we're going to have a symposium or something to kind of, because I have questions too on if we're doubling the size and we're not supposed to be but 35,000 according to the concurrency plan by 2035. Why are we building it now? You know, if one of the two's got to move because they don't match up, and I think we've talked about making sure that they match up, and so.
Yeah, I think we need to really think about that. We need to have a total cost, and why do we need it now? Why? Why do we need more, 95 million more debt? And you know how things go. It's 95 million today, and then it's 120 million by the time we get through with everything. So I just think we need to think about that, and hopefully you will advertise this to the citizens to a point to their understanding that this symposium is not a banquet. It's actually to talk about 95 million of extra debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion from here? Seeing none, let's go ahead with the vote.
Councilmember Jay Cox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll.
Aye.
Councilmember Sholkowski.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaines.
Would you repeat what the vote is for?
Just move forward on this particular item to be able to go and ask for a grant. Commits us to
for a
no
grant.
no timeline, no money, no nothing, you know, just for them to go get it.
Qualifies for a grant.
Yeah, aye.
Mayor Kehoe.
Aye. So passed. Next, consideration for approval, capital improvement revenue note, series reimbursement for certain costs relating to construction and equipping the new this is the $12 million South Lake Regional Park.
I'm waiting for a slide to come up.
Oh, okay. Want to introduce Aaron?
Yeah, I could do a quick introduction, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Aaron Jers, our interim finance director. And then we also have Nick with PFM. He has been our broker, essentially looking at the best deals for us in terms of interest rates. This is a 6-year term. It relates to the agreement between the city of Groveland and Lake County that was approved by the city and both the county a few years ago in relationship to South Lake Regional Park. Again, just as a short reminder, the county provided funds a little over $20.5 million to the city toward this project. There's conditions in that grant that they have to be used for this project for certain improvements as part of it. We're about 2 years into an 8-year deal, so we have collected just shy of $8 million toward it. The money has been spent toward the project. There is a remainder between close to $8 million that we have received from the county and that total $20,505,000. This is a loan to essentially cover that over 6 years at about a 3.7% interest rate. And Aaron and Nick will provide a little bit more detail in terms of how we got to this specific loan, how it's the most competitive and best option for the city. And again, I know that we're looking at debt as a 4-letter word at this point, but this is an agreement that was approved by previous city councils well prior to your involvement, and you're sitting at the dais. With that said, Aaron, Nick, who wants to take it first?
I'll go first, and good evening, Mayor, council members, and City Manager. You stole a lot of what I was going to say, but I appreciate summarizing it very well there. Just would like to add to that maybe a little bit about the process. We were reached out by the city. We serve as the municipal advisor to the city, and one of the main roles we have is procuring the different loan agreements that you all have. So when we were reached out to, we put together an RFP. It was distributed to a list of over 70 different banking institutions. We actually received 6 responses, which is pretty strong for this type of financing. Flagstar Public Funding Corp., they did submit the lowest offer at a 3.7% interest rate. If approved tonight, this loan will close on July 8th, that's Wednesday, and the amount of $12,588,750. This is equal essentially to the remaining payments that are to be received by the city from the county. And it's important to note, just want to reiterate once again that $12.6 million in principal amount, that amount of the loan will be paid from the county via the interlocal. And the loan was structured to kind of coincide with the repayment schedule. You get quarterly payments back from the interlocal from the county, and that's how we structure the debt. So every time you get a payment from the county, we're going to be paying down this loan to minimize the interest expense that the city will incur. So basically the city's just on the hook for the interest expense and the related cost of issuance. And Aaron, I don't know if you want to add any more or go over the slide.
No, that summarized it up perfectly. The only other thing to point out would be that the maximum debt service for 2027 is $3.2 million, and that just represents monies that we had received from the county that we still have, so we're making a lump sum payment in 2027, and then everything else will match out for the remainder of the term. We did structure it as such, so that way we always have 1 month of revenues from the county on backup, so that way if there's a delay in us getting the revenue in timing, that we can still make the payment. So our last payment from the county that we receive will then, a month later, we'll make that final debt payment.
Motion to approve Resolution 2026-36.
Motion to approve, second?
I can second it, but I have some additional questions if we want. Yep.
We have a motion and a second. Open for questions. Stephen?
So the interest that we would accrue is, what's the exact amount? Is it the 600 and?
Now, with the 643,405, the estimated remaining project funding, is that what you're?
Yeah, I'm just
talking
trying,
about? So that 600,000, there's still projects that we need to do per the interlocal agreement. So there's like a volleyball court, a boardwalk, and I think a fishing pier. Those projects have not been done yet. So that 643,000, we'll still build those out in future phases. The interest associated with the loan is $1.4 million plus the expected cost of issuance, which is about $70,000. So you're about $1.54 million in cost to the city.
And then what was the ideas from staff on how to cover the 1.2 or what the exact amount of the interest? Because I know
I think it's just shy of $250,000 per year over the course of the next 6 years. You're going to likely have to look at parks impact fees. Doesn't seem to be available unless we go over that option and make other cuts in subsequent budget years. This is a multi-year approach. You're likely looking at the general fund.
And can we use some of the money so are we obligated if we don't build the courts?
You would have to renegotiate with the county. Yeah, that is an option. If the city wanted to entertain that, we have to go to
the pier and the dock. I was thinking you were going to go where I was going to go, in that when Mr. Louts had asked, is the interest rate covered by Lake County? The answer was no. The answer is, how much is the interest rate? It was said by our former COO that it was going to be $600,000. that $600,000 was just the first year, correct? And then it goes down each year after that. So I don't think that anybody realized that there was 1.5 million that is added on.
Over
And
6 years, yeah.
then we're still on the hook for, I don't know, volleyball court, I know what a pier cost, and I know what a boardwalk cost, and I don't know that we're going to be able to cover that, but that we're underwater on this.
The 643 is what we have left for the final improvements, correct?
That's what's left over after, if you take the $20.5 million that we've gotten from the city and what we've spent so far and what's pending, we have not yet spent $20 million
We don't have
on the
20
project.
We don't have the 20 million yet. So.
Well, it sounds like a great idea to try to limit the money and use that $643,000. But this really is a loan to pay the contractors who already built the park. So we're kind of in a rock and a hard place here. Good faith, they built it, and we said we were going to pay for it, and Lake County changed the agreement on us, you know, in the last moment, so we're kind of stuck with this. But we should work with Lake County to try to find a way to cover that interest.
Yes, and I just want to point out that we have paid the contractors. We just received pay up 12. That's the only pay up that has not been paid. So they have been paid this whole time. This loan is now making us whole in lining up the payments with what we're getting back from Lake County. Because we've already put out $10 million, $11 million this year, somewhere in that. So we're getting $12 million back from the county over the next 6 years. So we're taking a loan so that way we're not short $12 million today.
So you as a council have inherited this, and you could see it in two different ways. One, yeah, we have to spend close to $1.5 million in interest. The other way that you look at it is the county dedicated the land for free to the city and provided over $20 million worth of funding toward it. You do have to deal with the interest, and you have to deal with the maintenance.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into the fact that that's why Sanford gave Boombah Park back to the county. It's because of what it took to keep it up. So we'll just go ahead with this. We've got a motion, and we've got a second. Further discussion?
I'm comfortable I would obviously want to talk with the Parks Department and everything, but if they've changed the project on us and we do have remaining funds available, I would look at those funds to use for the interest. It would at least be, it's not 100%. We're never going to be at 100%, but it is close to half of what we have. And I don't know if we've already planned out what we're going to do with the pier and different things, but maybe we cash flow those things at a future date. I don't know if that's something that the rest of you guys would be okay with.
Mr. Mayor, we also come back July 16th to talk about capital improvements as part of the budget planning process. That could be a good venue for staff and council to exchange options, including what Councilman Stephen just brought up.
Yeah, but let me just go on an old theme. We got to pass this tonight in order for it to be implemented on the 8th, right? In order for us to get the stuff we're supposed to be doing. So we're back up against the wall again. Is that not correct?
Correct. Yeah, the rate's locked in until July 8th, so the day after tomorrow.
And I think that's going to be a longer discussion that we're all going to have. But right now, I think once we get this, it's our money. We're going to be able to renegotiate anything we want, Mr. Trump Jr. So, okay. So having seen heard no further discussion, any public comment?
Yes, Tim Loucks must have left. Chris Walker? Yes. Susan Ducey?
Susan Ducey, 139 Harvest Gate Boulevard, Groveland, Florida. Mr. Mayor, Council. I had some of my questions answered on this, but I read from page 476 to 516, and I didn't see how much the county is paying, because it said that they were going to pay, but are they going to pay a little bit at a time, or is it just from this period to that period, we're going to get that amount of money from the county? And I don't know, it sounds like, I guess we're contractually obligated to finish this project right now. I would like to not do it right now. And to
It's
think
already
of-
been done. It's
I
already
know,
been
I
done and
know,
it's
I
open.
know, that's what I said, it's done. So since it's done, I just wondered what we're talking about. So, because, you know, it's like, it wasn't clear as to how the money was being spent or anything by the county. So,
Let me, the way I see it, and it could be wrong, Aaron, please, feel free, is that we've paid for all that construction that's gone on down there out of our coffers,
right,
right? And so we're saying that we're going to take out a loan and pay it back with what they're going to give us, equal parts over the next 6 years, right? And we're paying the interest on that, 1.4 million.
Right.
So that we can have our money back to take care of the taxpayers, right? Because that's the park, and we're the taxpayers. And so we need that 11 million back, right? So we're doing it that way, and it's costing us to do all this 1.5 million.
yeah, because I was trying to figure where the 1.5 million was going to be.
Interest, yep.
Yeah, and who paid the interest, so, okay. All right, well, most of my
Pay the
questions were already
interest.
answered, but anyway, it comes out of the air. All right, thank you.
Let Aaron clear up what I just said.
So the only thing that I wanted to add to be able to answer your question is the very bottom, the debt service overview. From now until 2032, which is when the debt will be fully paid back, each year the city will be getting $1.865 million from the county, and each year the average debt service will be about $2.1 million out. So roughly, as it amortizes and things like that, roughly every year the cost to the city will be about $300,000 from now until 2032.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. Please move
No,
forward.
we have another public comment. Gregory Ducey.
Gregory Ducey, I live at 139 Harvest Gate Boulevard, Groveland, Florida. I had more questions than I do now since I've heard part of the discussion. But if we have $600 and some thousand yet to be done, can we not reduce the loan amount by that amount and reduce it? And also, I didn't see anywhere that it said that the 3.7% interest was fixed for the full 6 years. It said it can be renegotiated based upon what I read in those 400 and some, after page 400 and something or other. So I just question that. And the third thing is, if we ever get in a position where we're developing a park and we're trusting the county for providing us funds, can we only develop as much as they provide the funds for and hold off on development the rest of it until we get the funds for that part, as a general comment? That's my comments.
Thank you. Great comments. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Jay Cox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Slokowski?
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll? Vice Mayor Gaines?
Aye.
Mayor Kehoe?
Aye.
Satisfied vote.
Consideration of approval, Resolution 2026-39, supplemental agreement with Strategic Government Resources, SGR, for recruitment of the interim city manager.
And council members, in a workshop in February, the council had instructed staff to look at option, bring candidates for interim city manager for the city. We did some searches and have worked with a couple of people. We even brought a candidate to council, and eventually that did not work out. So just to provide some context, Strategic Government Resource is a recruitment firm that we did an RFP for the permanent city manager position. Within that contract, they have a temporary services division. So they provide temp services. So the agreement that you have in front of you is for a temporary services agreement. What they will do, we sign this agreement, they'll provide us a couple of resumes for you to review and determine if you would like to bring one of those candidates to council for presentation, or all of them to council for presentation. Now, what is contained in the agreement is that they'll charge us, they'll serve as a contractor, they'll provide us the candidate, they will invoice us and we'll pay them directly. The person that we bring on for the temporary service will be an employee of SGR, not of the city. So what that will entail is that they'll charge us $135 an hour. They'll bill us for, so if the person works 40 hours, it's about $10,000, or so bi-weekly, $20,000 a month, approximately. I'm sure this question is going to come up. Well, what else is covered in this agreement? Well, this agreement says, other than the wages that we're paying, the $135 an hour, any other costs such as housing would be an agreement outside of the $135 which the city would pay. If the interim city manager has to go to a conference, that is something additional the city would pay as well. We're bringing this option to you as we were directed to do so. And so that's a contract you have for your consideration, for you to give us some directions.
Okay, the way I understand it is we charged this group to come back to us with a temporary manager to fill in for the temporary manager to get somebody here for about 6 months or so before the new one came in. We've already gone through how many months? How long have you been?
It's been 6 months.
Huh?
Close to 6.
Close to 6 months. And so I think we need to say rescind or go ahead and get another temp for another 6 months, or just drop this so we don't pay it, and then we need to have a conversation about the length of time it takes to get stuff done.
I just have one, do we have an update on the actual city manager search? Like, do we have resumes in? Do we
Correct.
have?
So just to provide you some context, the advertising period actually ends tomorrow. It was a 30 days advertising period. So far, as of yesterday, and you'd be surprised about this, they have received 50 applicants for the job. So their review period is going to start tomorrow for a period of 1 week, and they'll be reviewing all the applicants. Obviously, some are be qualified for the position, so they're going to be reviewing them and only presenting us with qualified candidates based on what we've told them that we're looking for in terms of the job descriptions and expectations that council has outlined for us. So with that being said, I anticipate you'll start getting some resumes after next week for you all to review. And as far as timelines are concerned, they're looking for interviews towards the end of this month, the 23rd or 24th. That we'll have to form up those dates with them and communicate with you all. I'm planning on having in the contract, they've given us 2 visits, so I'm planning on bringing them to council for them to brief you all and update you on the process and kind of educate you on how it's going to work so that you understand, what to do and what not to do during this process. The anticipation is that we'll be able to bring someone to council, or more than one candidate, 2 or 3 candidates, depending on what we agree on, sometime first week in August. And so that's how close we are to getting a city manager at this point.
I think we're going to end up having the permanent person before we can get the, had this been 6 months ago, yeah, I agree with you.
I agree with Stephen on that.
Illogical now. Vice
So,
Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, motion to table this?
I would just, didn't,
Why don't we just say, drop it?
yeah.
That basically is saying drop.
Yeah, just drop it.
So you have to have a motion to table, it's a resolution.
Consensus to drop it.
Well, a table assumes it's going to come back, but from
Okay.
what I'm hearing, you have no need for an interim city manager. You already have one here, as long as you would like to have him. So,
He may not want to do it anymore, but he's kind of stuck until.
So a consensus is fine?
I would just call, no, I think we have a resolution on the agenda. I would say just do a motion to, instead of approving,
To drop it.
motion to deny approval.
All right, motion to deny.
Okay.
Second motion, any further discussion? Okay, take the vote.
Do we have public comment? I don't know if we.
Public
we
comment?
may not.
I do, but I need the second motion.
Second was Stephen.
Stephen, okay. Yes, we do have public comment. Judith Fight? No? Chris Walker?
Chris Walker, 304 Irvin Bend Drive. I just want, mine is more or less of comments than questions. I hope that this council, when looking for a city manager, that you look for one that is going to match the city's population versus someone making 360-something thousand with housing in a whole nother city. They didn't even live here. They were in a whole nother city, and they had no rails, no guardrails. They were like, they could do what they want. And the council is now finding out after he quits how bad your budgets are, how much debt we're in, how much salaries he took from different departments to make up his 300 and something salary. I suggest that you guys really think about how you're going to rein in the rails on your next city manager, because I just Googled the top 50 governor salary in the United States of America. The highest is $253. Governor Ron DeSantis makes $141,000. His next salary bump is $250, which doesn't start to 2027. Tell me why Groveland city manager was making more than the city manager of Orlando or any other, the governor of Florida. I mean, what are we doing here? I just don't understand what we're doing here, and we keep saying we don't have money. We don't have money. This guy hired somebody for $180. By the time you got through with her package, she was in the $200,000 range, and she wasn't even qualified. So I just really pray that, and I'm not surprised you have 50 applications, because the word is out. Groveland is a gravy train. Come on over. You're going to get paid over here. And so we need to make sure that the next city manager is not, because I told this council, not this council, but I told Mayor Wilson and the council that was here 8 years ago when Mr. Hines got here, I told them, I said, did you look at this guy's background that he left the last city in Tucson, Arizona, $30 million in debt? They didn't care about that. They didn't even want to look into it. They just hired him anyway, then paid him $50,000 more than the city manager that we had at $90,000. And next thing we know, he's doing all this stuff. I just pray that y'all really just don't hire somebody and you don't check them. That's all I got to say.
Well, before the vote, let me build, I don't want to build on that, but I do want to bring something up, because I have asked the city manager and our council for an opinion on something. When reviewing this new package, For the city manager, it had 8% across-the-board retirement contribution from the city, and then up to 6% match. So the city was on a retirement schedule of 14%. We heard tonight that the average was 3 and 4, and that's what I'm used to too. But I just want to make sure that we're not negotiating a 14% retirement contribution from the city on the next city manager unless they want to take it as deferred income. And usually that deferred income comes along with some kind of performance clause, and we have no performance clause. Now, I know that several other of our executives have that same package. I'm not saying let's go take anything away from anybody, but we've got to start right now saying from this point on, we need to be more in line with what the averages are, because we're not a 14% contribution on a $220,000 without, I would recommend down the road when we get together and talk to it that comes out, and we use that as a performance bonus kind of thing that people can get, rather than just pushing it into a retirement fund kind of, it's a big number.
Mr. Mayor, since that wasn't really germane to the vote we're going to have, could you do this again in your time later so it'll be in the minutes in a spot where people could find it?
No, I'm not going to do it again. I'm going to just say we're going to talk about it, okay?
Okay.
And I just wanted to make you aware, because I've asked them, without your permission, to go look at it when I saw it and how we could move forward. And I just wanted to make sure that didn't get by. And
It's not that I don't agree with you, because I do.
okay, I got it. Okay, we're going to take the vote.
Okay, for the record, the motion is to deny approval of Resolution 2026-39. Councilmember Jaycox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Szulkowski?
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaines?
Aye.
Mayor Kehoe?
Aye. Okay, we've already done public comment for tonight. We have any board reports?
I think we have
There's that one resolution.
the
you
one
threw to the back.
resolution.
Oh, yeah.
Still on South Lake
You have
Avenue.
questions?
One resolution.
So you're gonna ask all your
Somebody's going to come up and tell me about, what we got, a design build, and that the people get to charge us the top money, go and negotiate it down, they get to keep all the money, plus a contingency.
Good evening,
Please, Frank.
Mayor and Council. Got a short presentation for y'all tonight. We'll get right into the bones of the, so this project started a couple years back. The design build agreement was signed in the fall of last year. We've got about $500,000 in design and permitting on the project. The Phase 2 construction is the second part of that design build, and that is about a $2.8 million number. It's about 50% CRA funds and 50% grant funds. I'll give you a slide in a minute that has a better breakdown. Now, this project has blown past deadline, and, we're really down to the wire. Literally, tomorrow is the proposed start date for rolling up the safety, detours, all of that information. The project is slated to be constructed in 3 phases over 150 days. It was originally a 90-day project, but just where we are right now, we negotiated to the 150. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at on the timeline. I think it was actually a 120 project, actually. It was 120 days. We gave them an extra 30 because the project was actually supposed to be done by June 30th. So we're way beyond all of that, sadly. But we're back on track in some ways. So the benefits of the project: new brick streets, sidewalk, ADA improvements, crosswalk safety improvements, stormwater treatment. Phase 1, 2, and 3. I'll give you, since it's late, we'll just skip to the diagram. So that's the project area. Basically what you've got out here in the per year building, the herringbone brick, the historic look, all the benefits of that, parking spaces and so on. We'll give you some video or some photos there. I want to jump into the project budget because that's probably the most salient part of this. we have negotiated the guaranteed maximum price option. So that is an option. And we chose that specifically because cost overruns are on the contractor. The city has a guaranteed maximum price. If we approve this, if y'all approve this tonight, we've got guaranteed maximum price. It doesn't exceed that 2.6 million. If the contractor gets into supply chain issues and costs go overboard, we are protected through that amendment. I know there's a lot of other language in that 23-page document about, performance bonuses. Well, we've blown past every finish date already, so that stuff is off the table. We are sitting at a guaranteed maximum price, the same guaranteed maximum price they gave in the fall, which was the 2.825 number. The reason I've highlighted the yellow is because, again, this is a good faith moving forward situation. We agreed to buy the brick so that we had product on site. It was a good faith gesture to the contractors so that they understood we were serious about this and we were really just dealing with the grant extensions and the complications of Florida CDBG, which it is CDBG, Florida CDBG, but what folks don't realize is that's federal money. So you get into things like Davis-Bacon, Build America, Buy America, certified payrolls. These are things that complicate. Anyway, long story short, where we're sitting right now is with the 2.6 million on that contract price amendment. And that is all we need to approve in order to proceed with the project. Tomorrow, it's a pretty long summary, but again, it is gonna give us the look of Lake David on Cherry Street and continuing down South Lake all the way to Magnolia. So as folks want to walk down, they'll have a safe path. There'll be expanded 800 feet of sidewalk, a retaining wall. Basically, I thought we had additional slide there.
Okay. I
Yeah.
think we've all seen it.
I think you know what Lake
We're all on
David-
CRA. I mean, we saw it
You all
on
know what
CRA.
Lake David looks like.
My
Yes, sir.
question was just, okay, so they negotiate down on the price. We don't see it, but they don't have a contingency fund, right? Did I
No.
not see 10% in that
The
contract?
10%, exactly, the 10%, this project does not have a contingency because it has a guaranteed maximum price. Normally, you would build in a contingency, so that's not to say that, we may not have some add-ons. Now, those are change orders, though, that's different. There is a premium always for change orders, especially with these design builds, but the only change order we foresee right now is if Duke Energy gets us what they want for conduit to do some additional lighting in the future, we're going to do a small change order to get that conduit under the ground before the project starts so we don't have to jet later. That's the only foreseeable change order that we see. We've already done a budget transfer, so all those numbers include that budgeted money from CRA funds. And we're still sitting about 50-50 on the split between grant funds.
And how much money do we have in CRA right now?
I think we have 2.8 or something like that, just to get them.
And this is going to take 1.3 of it?
Well, it is going to take 1.4 or so, but remember, every year we get replenished with a 1.6 increment. And, again, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. This is a pretty good deal. When you get a 50-50 match, a lot of stuff is 20-80.